Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Kayla. I sink into the plush cushions of our secondhand couch as the comforting aroma of freshly brewed chamomile tea wafts from the mug cradled in my hands. Zach lounges beside me, his attention fixed on the flickering images of the hockey game on our modest TV screen. Marmalade, Zach's aloof Maine Coon, curls up on the armrest, her fluffy tail flicking lazily. Can you believe Professor Jenkins assigned another group project? I groan, rolling my eyes. I swear he's determined to make our lives miserable. Zach grunts, his gaze never leaving the screen. Yeah? Sounds rough. I frown, setting my mug on the coffee table. Are you even listening to me, Zach? He sighs, finally tearing his eyes away from the game. Of course I am, Kayla. But it's just another project. You'll ace it like always. That's not the point. I huff, my frustration simmering. I'm tired of carrying the weight of the entire group. It's not fair. Zach shrugs, reaching for his beer. Life's not fair, babe. You just gotta deal with it. My jaw clenches, and I feel the familiar prickle of anger rising in my chest. Easy for you to say. You don't have to deal with the constant stress and pressure. Oh, come on. He scoffs, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It can't be that bad. You're just overreacting as usual. I shoot up from the couch, my hands balled into fists at my sides. Overreacting? Are you serious right now, Zach? He rises to meet me, his face hardening. Yeah, I am. You're always complaining about something, Kayla. It's exhausting. Well, excuse me for wanting a little support from my boyfriend, I retort, my voice trembling with barely contained rage. Support? I'm here, aren't I? What more do you want from me? Zach throws his hands up in exasperation. I let out a harsh laugh, shaking my head. You call this being here? You're physically present, but emotionally? You're miles away, Zach. You're not here. He steps closer, his eyes narrowing. Don't start with that emotional crap again, Kayla. I'm not one of your psych projects. Tears sting my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. No, you're not. But you are supposed to be my partner. And lately, it feels like I'm in this relationship alone. Zach's jaw ticks, and he turns away, running a hand through his sandy blonde hair. I can't deal with this right now. I'm going out. He grabs his jacket and storms out of the apartment, slamming the door behind him. The sudden silence is deafening, broken only by the soft purring of Marmalade, who remains undisturbed by the commotion. I sink back onto the couch, burying my face in my hands as the tears spill over. This isn't the first time we've had an argument like this. And I know it won't be the last. For months now, it feels like we've been constantly fighting. Our once loving relationship reduced to a series of heated exchanges and icy silences. I glance at the framed photo on the bookshelf, a snapshot of happier times. Zach's arm is slung around my shoulders, his smile wide and carefree. My own grin matches his, my eyes sparkling with love and laughter. It feels like a lifetime ago. With a heavy sigh, I push myself up from the couch and make my way to the bedroom. I pull out my battered duffel bag from the closet and start tossing clothes inside. I can't stay here, not tonight. Not when the tension is so thick I can barely breathe. I zip up the bag, giving Marmalade a gentle pat on the head before heading out the bedroom door. I'll crash at a friend's place for the weekend and give myself some space to think, but deep down, I know this is just a temporary fix. How much longer can I keep pretending that everything is okay when it's so clearly falling apart? Zach and I used to be so in love, so in sync. We were the couple everyone envied, the high school sweethearts who defied the odds and made it work in college. But somewhere along the way, the cracks started to show. The little things that once endeared me to him, his quick wit, his fiery passion, now grate on my nerves, igniting arguments at the slightest provocation. I'm so lost in thought that I don't hear the pounding footsteps behind me until it's too late. A hand grabs my shoulder, spinning me around, and I find myself face to face with Zach, his eyes wild with anger. "Where do you think you're going?" he demands, his grip tightening on my arm. I yank myself free, stumbling back a step. "I think it's best if I stay at a friend's place tonight. I need some space, Zach." He scoffs, shaking his head in disbelief. "Space? What, so you can go running to your friends and badmouth me? I don't think so, Kayla." "For Christ's sake, this isn't about you." I explode, my frustration boiling over. "This is about me and what I need, and right now I need to be anywhere but here." Zach's face contorts with rage, and for a moment, I'm genuinely afraid of what he might do. "Fine," he spits, his voice dripping with venom. "You want space? You've got it. But don't bother coming back." He grabs my duffel bag and hurls it onto the street, the contents spilling out onto the pavement. I watch in stunned silence as he turns on his heel and storms back towards the apartment, slamming the door behind him with a resounding finality. I stand there for a moment, my heart racing and my mind reeling. Slowly, I bend down and start gathering my scattered belongings, stuffing them back into the bag with shaking hands. As I straighten up, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in a nearby car window, a broken, lost girl staring back at me. With a deep breath, I shoulder my bag and turn away, setting off into the fading light with no idea where I'm going, but knowing I can't stay here. Lost in thought, I find myself circling back to our apartment building, drawn by some masochistic need to confront the ruins of our relationship. As I approach the front steps, I hear a soft meow and see a familiar flash of orange fur. She must have gotten out during our fight. "Marmalade," I whisper, crouching down to scoop up Zach's beloved Maine Coon. She nuzzles into my arms, purring contentedly, and I feel a sudden surge of anger. How dare Zach toss me aside like this after everything we've been through? How dare he claim sole ownership of our life, our home? Before I can second-guess myself, I march up the steps and through the front door, Marmalade cradled against my chest. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my heart pounding in my ears as I reach our floor. I burst into the apartment, startling Zach from his seat on the couch. He leaps to his feet, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the sight of me, disheveled and defiant, with his cat in my arms. "What the hell, Kayla?" he growls, advancing on me. "I thought I made myself clear. You're not welcome here anymore." I stand my ground, lifting my chin in a show of bravery I don't quite feel. "I'm not leaving without Marmalade," I declare, my voice trembling slightly. "She's just as much mine as she is yours." Zach's face twists into a sneer, and he lets out a harsh laugh. "You've got to be kidding me. You think you can just waltz back in here and take my cat? After everything you've put me through?" "Everything I've put you through?" I echo, incredulous. "I've been nothing but supportive, Zach. I've put up with your mood swings, your selfish behavior, your complete lack of empathy. And for what? To be kicked to the curb like yesterday's trash?" He steps closer, his eyes flashing with fury. "You're delusional, Kayla. You've been nothing but a burden, always whining and complaining, always expecting me to fix your problems. Well, guess what? I'm done. I'm done with your drama, Your neediness, your constant demands for attention. I don't want you anymore. Tears sting my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. Fine, I say, my voice cold and hard. You want me gone? I'm gone. But Marmalade is coming with me. Grabbing her food, I turn on my heel and storm out of the apartment. Marmalade still clutched tightly to my chest. I hear Zach's footsteps behind me, his angry shouts echoing in the stairwell. But I don't look back. I can't look back. I burst out onto the street, gulping in the cool air and the setting sun. My legs feel weak, and I collapse onto the front steps, Marmalade squirming free from my grasp. She settles beside me, her warm body pressed against my thigh, and I bury my face in my hands, finally allowing the tears to flow. I'm completely stumped. I sit for what feels like an eternity, my shoulders shaking with silent sobs, my duffel bag, and Zach's cat my only companions in the looming darkness. I have no idea what comes next, no clue how to pick up the shattered pieces of my life. But one thing is certain. I can't go back. I won't go back. Not now. Not ever. As I sit there on the steps, Marmalade purring softly beside me, I allow myself to imagine a future beyond the pain of this moment. A future where I am strong, independent, and unafraid. A future where I am loved for who I am, not who someone else wants me to be. It seems like an impossible dream, a fantasy too far out of reach. But as I reflect on how quickly my life has unraveled, I realize that perhaps the impossible is not so impossible after all. Perhaps with time and healing and a little bit of hope, I can make something new from the remains of my past.
Chapter 2. Zeke. I pull up to Zach's apartment complex, the tires of my sleek black BMW crunching against the gravel. It's a rare occurrence for me to visit my younger brother. Our relationship has been strained by years of unspoken resentments and misunderstandings. But today I find myself here, tasked with the mundane errand of retrieving my mail that somehow ended up at our parents' house during Zach's last visit home. Better than going there, I grit out. As I step out of the car, I adjust my tailored suit jacket. The material is smooth and expensive beneath my fingertips. I've always taken pride in my appearance, a habit ingrained in me since childhood. It's a stark contrast to Zach's more laid-back, athletic style, just one of the many differences that have kept us at arm's length over the years. I make my way toward the apartment building, my polished dress shoes clicking against the pavement. The sun dips low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the parking lot. It's a quiet evening, the kind that usually brings a sense of peace and solitude. But tonight, there's a palpable tension in the air. As I approach the front steps, I pause, my brow furrowing in confusion. There, sitting alone on the cold concrete, is a familiar figure, one I haven't seen in years. Kayla Whitlock. Zach's girlfriend sits on the steps in front of the apartment, looking small and lost. Even so, she's gorgeous. Always has been with her dark skin and bright eyes. But they're dimmed now, and that's when I notice there's a duffel bag at her feet, and Zach's cat Marmalade curled up beside her. My heart jolts as I take her in. She's just as beautiful as I remember. I see her sitting there, her petite body hunched over, long brown hair curling around her head, hits me with a sense of nostalgia. Her cocoa brown skin has never once seen a blemish, and her bubbly personality I remember in high school still exists in my mind. As always, I feel that familiar twinge of attraction that I've never been able to fully suppress. I clear my throat, unsure of how to proceed. "Kayla?" I call out, my voice sounding oddly loud in the stillness of the evening. She looks up, her dark eyes widening in surprise. "Zeke? What are you doing here?" Her voice is strained as she speaks through her tears. I take a step closer, my gaze flicking from her tear-stained face to the bag at her feet. "I could ask you the same thing. Is everything all right?" Kayla lets out a bitter laugh, the sound hollow and empty. "No, everything is not all right. Zach and we had a fight and he kicked me out. I feel a flash of anger, hot and sharp, at my brother's callousness. I may not have been close to Kayla, but I remember the way she looked at Zach back in high school, the love and devotion that shone in her eyes. She doesn't deserve to be treated this way. I crouched down beside her, careful not to startle Marmalade. I'm sorry, Kayla. Kicking you out was so bad. He shouldn't have done that to you. I don't want to cause trouble, but why did Zach kick you out? She takes a shuddering breath, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My heart aches for her, seeing her so broken down. It's stirring something in me, something that I shouldn't entertain. But I can't help myself. She needs someone, and I can't just pretend I don't care. Kayla, I say softly, tilting her face up to mine. What happened? She takes another shuddering breath before she speaks. We've been fighting a lot lately, she starts. The heartache is evident across her face. Tonight, it got out of hand. He told me to leave, that he didn't want me anymore. A fierce and burning surge of anger rises, coursing through my veins as I fight the urge to ball my fists. How could Zach even think it's okay to treat her this way? How dare he toss her aside like she means nothing? I clench my jaw, pushing back against the urge to march straight to Zach's apartment and give him a piece of my mind. But as I look at Kayla, so fragile and broken, I know that my anger won't solve anything. Not tonight, at least. She looks up at me, her green eyes searching mine. For a moment, I'm transported back to high school, to the countless times I watched her and Zach together, the perfect couple that everyone envied. But now, as I see the pain and heartbreak etched on her face, I realize that perhaps their relationship wasn't as flawless as it seemed. I pull her into a hug and she clings to me, her body shaking with silent sobs. I hold her tightly, rubbing her back and murmuring words of comfort and reassurance, promising her that everything will be okay. I gently pull back from the embrace, my hands resting on her shoulders as I look into her eyes. He can't do this to you, Kayla, I say, my voice low and intense. He has no right to kick you out like this, no matter what happened between you two. She sniffles, wiping at her tears with the back of her hand. I don't know what to do, Zeke. I love him, but I can't keep living like this. The constant fighting, the negativity, it's too much. I nod, understanding all too well the toll that a toxic relationship can take on a person. I've seen it happen to too many of my friends. I've watched as they've been slowly drained of their light and their joy. It breaks my heart that it's my brother that's caused this pain, that made this sweet young woman feel so awful. Something protective rises in me and not for my brother. You don't have to put up with it, Kayla. You deserve so much better than this, I say softly. She looks up at me, her eyes wide and vulnerable. Do I? Sometimes I wonder if I'm the problem. I can't help but feel like I'm the one who's always messing things up. I shake my head vehemently, my grip on her shoulders tightening. Don't you dare think that, Kayla. You are not the problem here. Zach is the one who needs to get his act together, not you. She gives me a watery smile, her hand reaching up to cover mine. Thank you, Zeke. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't shown up. I return her smile, my thumb gently stroking the soft skin of her shoulder. You don't have to thank me, Kayla. I'm here now, and that's all that matters. We sit there for a moment, the silence stretching between us. Marmalade rubs against my leg, her purring a soothing balm to our frayed nerves. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the rage that still simmers beneath the surface. I should go in there and give Zach a piece of my mind, I mutter, my jaw clenching. He can't just treat you like this and get away with it. Kayla's eyes widen, and she shakes her head frantically. No, Zeke, please don't. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Just let him calm down. I was planning on leaving anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I frown, not entirely convinced. Are you sure, Kayla? You don't have to let him off the hook so easily. She sighs, her shoulders slumping in defeat. I don't know if our relationship is going to work out, Zeke. We've been having problems for a while now, and I think it might be time to walk away. I nod, understanding the pain and heartbreak that comes with letting go of someone you love. If that's what you need to do, Kayla, I support you, but please don't feel like you have to go through this alone. She gives me a grateful smile, her eyes shining with unshed tears. You have no idea how much that means to me. I pull her into a hug, holding her close as she clings to me. I hold her in my arms, her tears soaking through my jacket. But I don't mind it getting ruined. Instead, I feel a wave of rage wash over me. The very thought of Zach treating her so callously, so heartlessly, makes my blood boil. I make a silent vow to myself. I won't let her go through this alone. I won't let Zach or anyone hurt her again. I'll be there for her every step of the way, no matter what the future holds. She deserves so much better than the hand life has dealt her, and I'll be damned if I don't do everything in my power to make sure she gets it. As I hold Kayla close, I can feel the exhaustion radiating from her body. She's been through so much tonight, and the last thing she needs is more drama and confrontation. I take a deep breath, trying to quell the anger that still simmers beneath the surface. Okay, I say softly, my hand rubbing soothing circles on her back. We'll let Zach cool off for now, but promise me you'll let me know if you need anything, all right? I don't want you to feel like you're alone in this. She nods against my chest, her voice muffled by my suit. I promise, Zeke. Thank you again. I hold her to me, feeling her petite body in my hands, subtly making note of the way her body curves perfectly into mine, and I know that I can't just walk away. The idea is formed without so much as a second thought before I extend my offer to the sad girl in my arms. I take a deep breath, inhaling the clean scent of her shampoo and pushing down the goosebumps that rise across my arms. I can't allow myself to think selfishly, though it's a battle to remain platonically involved. I pull back slightly, steeling myself before I can change my mind, my hands resting on her shoulders as I look into her eyes. So I know you're going through a lot right now, and the last thing you need is to be worrying about where you're going to stay. Why don't you come back to my place for a while, at least just until you figure things out? The question comes out in a courteous rush, and the offer slips off my tongue before I have time to change my mind. Zach is my brother, and I shouldn't even be this close to Kayla, let alone inviting her to stay with me. But here I am, unable to help myself and silently hoping she says yes. Her eyes widen, and she shakes her head. Oh, Zeke, I couldn't ask you to do that. You've already done so much for me tonight. I give her a reassuring smile, squeezing her shoulders gently. It's not a problem at all. I have a spare bedroom that's just gathering dust, and I'd feel a lot better knowing that you're somewhere safe and comfortable. She bites her lip, her brow furrowed in thought. Are you sure I don't want to be a burden? I chuckle, shaking my head. Trust me, you won't be a burden. It'll be nice to have some company around the apartment. It gets pretty lonely sometimes, living there by myself. She smiles, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Well, in that case, I'd love to stay with you. Thank you so much, she says through a wavering voice. You have no idea how much this means to me. I grin, pulling her into another hug and suppressing the urge to hold her body against mine. I steady her by her shoulders and step back, looking down at her with resolve. She smiles at me, and I nod before turning back to the stoop. I grab Kayla's duffel bag as marmalade weaves between our legs, and we make our way to the car. I can't help but feel a sense of hope and possibility. Sure, things might be tough for Kayla right now, but with a little time and support, I know she'll come out the other side stronger than ever. And as for me, well, I'm just happy to be the one she can lean on, the one she can trust to be there for her no matter what. It's a role I never expected to find myself in, but one that I'm more than willing to embrace with open arms.
Chapter 3. Kayla. At first, I debated whether or not spending the night at Zeke's was a good idea. However, right now it seems to be my only option. I have nowhere else to go, and now I've implicated Marmalade in a desperate outburst to prove that Zach holds no control over me. And now, because of it, staying with Zeke is the only other option, aside from going back in the apartment to try and make up with Zach, just so I have a place to sleep at night. He takes my bag from me and puts it in the car. Marmalade is rubbing at my ankles, and I reach down and pick her up. I'm almost sorry for impulsively making her homeless, but honestly, I'm glad I have her. Zeke closes the back door and then walks back over. "Ready?" he asks, giving me a hopeful smile. His smile makes my heart stutter in a way that it probably shouldn't. But with how considerate and generous he's being, it makes me feel seen in a way I haven't been in a while. I give him a nod, completely aware of the tension that's taking hold. He opens the passenger door and helps Marmalade, and I get settled. His movements are effortless as he assuredly closes my door. I watch through the windshield, taking him in as he walks around. He looks like Zach, but his features are more defined. I find myself shifting in my seat as something begins stirring deep within me. This is Zeke, my ex's brother, and yet, for the first time, I'm seeing him as something else, something more. I shake my head, clearing my wandering thoughts as he rounds the driver's side of his car. With a deep breath, I vow to myself that this is only temporary. The drive is silent, and the air between us with a soft tension that is slowly building with every breath I take. The scent of his cologne floods my senses, and I'm aware of how close we've been since he showed up. I fold my hands in my lap, absently petting Marmalade for something to do. Zeke's place turns out to be a well-kept 2-bedroom apartment in the city. He's older than Zach and I by a few years, meaning he is already done with college and is pretty successful. As we walk in, the scent of his cologne lingers in the air, adding to the intoxicating aura that surrounds us. I feel a rush of emotion as I realize the gravity of what just happened. Zach kicked me out, and now I'm in Zeke's apartment. Zeke looks at me with a mixture of desire and concern in his eyes, silently asking if I'm okay. I give him a small nod, not trusting my voice to convey the whirlwind of emotions inside me. It's been a long day, and ending up here was not something I was even remotely prepared for. "Do you want a cup of coffee?" Zeke asks, looking as unsure as I feel. "Yeah, that would be great. Thanks." I set Marmalade down and watch him disappear into the kitchen. While he sets about in the kitchen, I take a look around his apartment. It's cozy and inviting, a stark contrast to the chaos swirling around in my mind. A few minutes later, he comes out with a steaming mug and hands it to me. "Can I get you anything else?" I shake my head, suddenly feeling the weight of exhaustion settling in my bones. "No, thank you. I think I just need to decompress." He nods with an understanding smile, his eyes filled with unspoken empathy. Without another word, he gestures towards the couch. "Please have a seat. Relax." I sink into the cushions, feeling the day's events crashing over me like a tidal wave. Zeke joins me on the couch, leaving a careful distance between us. His presence is comforting, a steady anchor in the midst of my turmoil. I steal a glance at him and catch a flicker of something in his eyes, something unspoken that makes me want to know more. Zeke and I stay up talking about the past few months and how my relationship with Zach has been crumbling for a while. Before I know it, over 2 hours have passed. Everything with Zach feels like a distant memory now, replaced by the raw intensity of tonight with Zeke. Emotions swirl within me, a turbulent storm threatening to consume every rational thought. I start to feel myself looking at Zeke as an unexpected wave of desire rolls through me. I stifle a gasp as his eyes meet mine, and I see my own turmoil reflecting back. I reach out to take his hand, the warmth of his skin sending shivers down my spine. I try to focus on the warmth of his hand in mine, grounding myself in this moment of unexpected connection. "Kayla?" he says in a strained voice. "What are you doing?" I pull his hand into mine, hoping that he feels the same things I do. Kiss me. You don't want me to do that, he says. The husky timbre of his voice makes that exactly what I want him to do. Please? If I kiss you, I won't be able to stop, he says, looking at me with a surprising emotional depth. What if I don't want you to? I say softly, running my tongue across my lips as I take in the incredibly sexy man sitting next to me. I scoot closer to him, closing the distance between us, and he inhales deeply as his hand falls into my lap. His hand grips my thigh, and he lets out a groan as he removes it and slips his hand into mine. As Zeke's fingers entwine with mine, a rush of emotions floods through me, overwhelming in its intensity. The air between us crackles with unspoken words, and the weight of unvoiced desires hangs heavy in the space between us. I hold his gaze, questioning, too afraid to speak and disrupt what is happening between us. My heart is beating quickly, and I look away briefly. The intensity is overwhelming, but slowly I look back at him. Our eyes lock in a silent exchange that speaks volumes beyond what words could ever convey. It's as though time itself has paused, bending reality to accommodate the sheer weight of emotions swirling around us. Zeke's gaze softens as he leans in closer, his breath mingling with mine in a dance of intimacy and anticipation. My heart pounds in my chest, a steady rhythm echoing the desire that courses through me. As our lips meet, it's as though a dam has been breached, unleashing a flood of pent-up passion that threatens to consume us both. We shouldn't be doing this, he says, his breath panting against me. I want to, I say, grasping the front of his shirt in my hand and pulling him closer. I press my mouth to his, and what's left of his control shatters. Baby girl, he breathes. I'm going to break you. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. As we lay there, panting and sweating, our hearts pounding in sync, I can't help but wonder what this means for us. I fall asleep in his arms, and when I wake the next day, Zeke is still sleeping. His peaceful form tugs at me as memories of our night together overwhelm me. As quietly as I can, I dress and slip out of his bedroom. I'm so confused by what transpired that I don't want to face him to talk about it. I glance around his living room as I pass through it and rush quickly to the front door, grabbing my duffel bag and marmalade on my way out. I decide to take the bus to my friend's house. I need to talk everything over with someone. And I certainly can't talk things over with Zeke. With a sigh, I head toward the bus station without looking back.
Chapter 4. Zeke. The early morning sunlight filters through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my high-rise apartment, casting a warm glow across the minimalist decor. I stand at the kitchen counter, my hands wrapped around a steaming mug of coffee, lost in thought as the city bustles to life far below. It's been 3 years since that unforgettable night with Kayla, and yet the memories still haunt me like a persistent ghost. The way her body felt pressed against mine, the taste of her lips, the sound of her breathless gasps as we moved together in perfect sync. It's all seared into my mind as vivid and tangible as if it happened yesterday. I close my eyes, letting the bittersweet memories wash over me. The way she looked at me, her green eyes filled with a mixture of desire and something deeper, something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. The way she whispered my name, her voice low and husky with passion. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated connection, a glimpse of something rare and precious in this often lonely world. But just as quickly as it had begun, it was over. I woke up the next morning to an empty bed and a note on the pillow, Kayla's looping scrawl telling me that she was sorry, but she couldn't stay. That what we had shared was a mistake, a momentary lapse in judgment that could never be repeated. I tried to reach out to her, to talk about what had happened between us, but it was as if she had disappeared from my life, as suddenly as she had entered it. No phone calls, no texts, no sign of her anywhere. It was like she had vanished into thin air, leaving me with nothing but the ghost of her memory. Now, as I stand in my kitchen, the weight of those memories feels heavier than ever. I know that I should let it go, that I should move on with my life and forget about the girl who left me behind. But no matter how hard I try, I can't seem to shake the hold that Kayla has on my heart. It sounds absurd even in my own mind. Being stuck on a woman I only shared one night with. But it isn't just the sex that makes me long for her. It was the way we so easily connected. The strange knowing sensation of how right we were together. With a sigh, I drained the last of my coffee and set the mug in the sink. I have a busy day ahead of me, with meetings and conference calls scheduled back to back. I can't afford to let myself get distracted by the past, no matter how much it might haunt me. I grab my briefcase and head for the door, my mind already shifting gears into business mode. As I step out into the hallway, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the mirrored walls of the elevator. The man staring back at me is polished and put together, every inch the successful businessman that I've worked so hard to become. But beneath the surface, I know that there's a part of me that will always belong to Kayla, a part of me that will always wonder what might have been, if only she had stayed. The elevator doors slide open and I step inside, my finger hovering over the button for the ground floor. But before I can press it, my phone buzzes with an incoming text message. I glance down at the screen, my heart skipping a beat as I see the name of the sender. It's my assistant Mia, reminding me of my 10:30 meeting with a potential new client. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to focus on the task at hand. I can't let myself get distracted, not when there's so much riding on this meeting. As the elevator descends towards the lobby, I try to push all thoughts of Kayla from my mind. But even as I step out into the bustling city streets, I can't shake the feeling that something is about to change. That the ghost of our past is about to come back to haunt me in ways that I never could have imagined. I walk into the sleek, modern building where my meeting is scheduled, my heart pounding with anticipation. And that's when I see her, sitting behind the reception desk with a polite smile on her face. Kayla, the girl who has haunted my dreams for the past 3 years, is right there in front of me, looking just as breathtaking as I remember. For a moment, I'm frozen in place, my mind struggling to process what my eyes are seeing. But as I step closer, my heart sinking with each step, I realize that something is wrong. Kayla's eyes show no sign of recognition, no flicker of the connection that we had shared all those years ago. Instead, she looks at me with the same polite, detached smile that she would give to any other visitor, and I feel my world come crashing down around me. How could Kayla not remember me? How could she not recognize the man who had held her in his arms, who had kissed her with a passion that had set his very soul on fire? It didn't make any sense, and yet here she was, treating me like a complete stranger. As I hand the clipboard back to her, our fingers brush for the briefest of moments. It's like an electric shock, a jolt of energy that courses through my entire body. But Kayla shows no sign of feeling it, her expression remaining perfectly neutral as she takes the clipboard from me. "Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Please have a seat and Miss Fairchild will be with you shortly." I nod, my feet carrying me towards the waiting area as if on autopilot. My mind is still reeling, trying to process what has just happened. Part of me wants to turn around, to march right back up to that desk and demand answers. To ask Kayla how she could possibly have forgotten the night that we shared, the connection that had been so real, so powerful. But I can't bring myself to do it. Instead, I sink down into one of the plush armchairs, and not wanting to lose my composure, I remain with a poker face even though my heart is racing. I can feel the weight of Kayla's gaze on me, the cool, impersonal stare of a stranger. It's like a knife to the heart, a painful reminder of everything that I have lost. As the minutes tick by, the urge to say something, to do something, grows stronger and stronger. I want to stand up, cross the room, and take Kayla in my arms, to remind her of the passion that we had shared. I want to see the recognition dawn in her eyes, to watch as the walls that she has built around herself come crumbling down. But I can't. I have to stop myself from doing something embarrassing. I can't bear the thought of seeing that blank, uncomprehending stare in her eyes, of realizing that the connection that we had shared was nothing more than a fleeting moment in time. So instead, I sit there in silence, ignoring how much it affects me. It's only when Miss Fairchild appears in the doorway, her crisp suit and no-nonsense demeanor, a stark contrast to the turmoil raging inside of me, that I am finally able to tear myself away from Kayla's presence. I follow her down the hallway, my feet heavy and my heart even heavier. As the door to the conference room swings shut behind us, I can't help but glance back over my shoulder, my eyes seeking out Kayla's form one last time. She's already turned back to her computer, her fingers flying over the keys as she goes about her work. It's like I never even existed, like the night that we shared was nothing more than a figment of my imagination. The meeting with Miss Fairchild seems to drag on forever, the minutes ticking by with agonizing slowness. I try to focus on the discussion at hand, nodding and making the appropriate comments at all the right moments, but my mind keeps drifting back to Kayla. I can't shake the image of her sitting at that reception desk, her eyes cool and impersonal as she greeted me like any other visitor. It's like a physical ache in my chest, a hollow feeling that threatens to swallow me whole. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the meeting comes to an end. Miss Fairchild rises to her feet, shaking my hand and thanking me for my time. I mumble something in response, my mind already racing ahead to what I'm going to say to Kayla. As I step out of the conference room, I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what's to come. I make my way back down the hallway and to the reception desk once again. Kayla looks up as I approach, that same polite smile on her face, yet with no sign of recognition in her eyes. "Mr. Holloway, how was your meeting with Miss Fairchild?" she asks, her voice pleasant but impersonal. I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "It was fine, thank you," I managed to say, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. "Listen, Kayla, I was wondering if we could talk for a moment." She frowns slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Holloway, but I'm not sure what you mean. Is there something I can help you with regarding your appointment?" I shake my head, struggling to find the right words, but decided it best to let it go. I shake my head and clear my throat. "Never mind. Mia will reach out to you should I need anything from Miss Fairchild." For a moment she just stares at me blankly, then collects herself with a polite smile. "Of course, Mr. Holloway. Have a good rest of your day." I turn to go, her voice still echoing in my head as I make my way towards the elevators. Even as I step inside, my finger hovering over the button for the ground floor, I can't shake the feeling that I'm making a terrible mistake. My body physically aches to go back to her, to demand answers, to plead for them, to help her remember if only to see that beautiful look of passion in her eyes. I couldn't stand her treating me as if I were a complete stranger. I'm furious at myself for being a coward and not asking the questions swirling inside my head. Those fiery green eyes that once looked at me with passion are now empty, void of any memories of me, of us. So instead, I let the elevator door slide closed behind me, my heart heavy with the weight of all the things I left unsaid. In time, I will learn to let it go and accept that Kayla has moved on, and that our night together meant nothing to her. Besides, I'm Zeke Holloway, and no one can break me, especially not Kayla Whitlock. The elevator comes to a stop, the doors sliding open to reveal the bustling lobby once again. I step out into the crowd, my mind still reeling from the encounter with Kayla. But even as I make my way out into the bright sunlight of the city streets, I know that a part of me will always be back in that building, waiting for her to remember the man that she had once loved.
Chapter 5. Kayla. I watch as Mr. Holloway walks away from the reception desk, his broad shoulders disappearing down the hallway towards the conference room. There was something about the way he looked at me, his eyes intense and searching, that sent shivers down my spine. It's like he was trying to see into my very soul, to uncover some hidden truth that even I'm not aware of. I shake my head, trying to clear my thoughts. I have a job to do, and I can't let myself get distracted by the strange behavior of a broody and hot businessman. I turn back to my computer, my fingers flying over the keys as I try to focus on the task at hand. But even as I work, I can't shake the feeling that there's something about Mr. Holloway that I'm forgetting. Something important, something that tugs at the edges of my memory like a half-remembered dream. It's like there's a puzzle piece that I can't quite fit into place, a memory that's just out of reach. As much as I try to push it aside and focus on my work, I can't shake the feeling that it's something I need to remember. After an hour, Mr. Holloway emerges from the conference room, his face serious and his shoulders tense. He glances at me, pauses. Then suddenly he's walking to me at the reception desk. "Mr. Holloway, how was your meeting with Ms. Fairchild?" I ask politely, making sure my smile is there, as I want to appease his tense posture. "It was fine, thank you." Clearing his throat, he continues. "Listen, Kayla, I was wondering if we could talk for a moment." I couldn't help but feel taken aback hearing his request, not only because of the tone behind it, but the way he says my name as if he knows me. With a confused face, I tell him, "I'm sorry, Mr. Holloway, but I'm not sure what you mean. Is there something I can help you with regarding your appointment?" He shakes his head and firmly says, "Never mind. Mia will reach out to you should I need anything from Miss Fairchild." I saw the quick change in his demeanor as he spit his final words to me. Guess that's how he bids goodbye, because it lacks whatever warmth I expect, based on what he showed me during our first encounter. Maybe it's my response to him that got him to react this way, or maybe I read the whole situation wrong. I watch as he strides toward the elevators, his mind clearly elsewhere, and I can't shake the feeling that there's something more to it. Something about the way he looked at me, the intensity in his eyes. There was something about him, something that I can't quite put my finger on. "Damn, Kayla." The voice makes me jump as I put my hand on my heart in shock. Sophia, my best friend / co-worker, appears out of nowhere, letting out a low whistle as she looks in the direction where Mr. Holloway disappears. He is one fine specimen of a man. If you don't make a move, I just might have to. "God, it's just you," I mumble. "Please, he's all yours." "You sure about that?" Because from where I'm standing, it looks like Mr. Holloway is definitely interested in more than just your receptionist skills, she says, her voice teasing. I roll my eyes, trying to play it off. "You're imagining things. He's just another client and nothing more." Sophia shakes her head, her grin widening. "Deny it all you want, Kayla, but I know what I saw, and I think you'd be crazy not to at least consider the possibility." "What possibility?" I raise an eyebrow. "Like date the man? Have a relationship?" Sophia shrugs, her eyes still twinkling with amusement. "Who said anything about a relationship? I'm just saying, if a man that hot was looking at me the way he was looking at you, I wouldn't be so quick to write it off." Before I can answer, the phone on my desk starts ringing again. I'm taken back to reality, and putting on my professional smile, I pick up the receiver. "There goes my cue," Sophia says, smiling, as she taps on the folders. I barely noticed she dropped off my desk a few minutes ago, before finally disappearing back to the finance department. The rest of the day seems to drag on, the minutes ticking by with agonizing slowness. I try to focus on my work, on the endless stream of calls and emails that flood my inbox, as well as the appointments that need to be rescheduled and the paperwork to be submitted by Friday. But my mind keeps drifting back to Mr. Holloway, the intense look in his eyes, the way the scent of his cologne made something stir inside me for a moment. I take a deep breath, trying to push the thoughts, yet my mind is still racing with questions. I must be missing something important. It's like there's a memory that's just out of reach, a fleeting image that dances at the edges of my consciousness, a puzzle piece that I can't quite fit into place. As the hours pass, I find myself growing more and more frustrated. I'm not used to feeling this way, to being so distracted and unfocused. I pride myself on my professionalism, on my ability to stay cool and collected no matter what the situation. But there's something about Mr. Holloway that has thrown me off balance, that has me questioning everything I thought I knew. Finally, as the clock ticks closer to 5, I decide I can't take it anymore. I push back from my desk, grab my purse, and head for the staff room. Sophia looks up as I enter, her eyebrows raising in surprise. "Hey, Kayla, what's up? You look like you're about to explode." I sigh, sinking down into the chair across from her. "I don't know, Soph. I just can't seem to focus today. My mind keeps wandering elsewhere, and I can't seem to shake this weird feeling. Is this still about Mr. Holloway? Boy, am I right." Her grin falters into concern as she takes in my confused expression. She leans forward. "Wait. Did he say something? Because if he said or did anything to make you uncomfortable, I swear I'll march right into his office and give him a piece of my mind." I shake my head, a small smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. "No, it's nothing like that. It's just, there's something about him. Something that I can't quite put my finger on." She nods, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "I know what you mean. There was definitely something intense about the way he was looking at you earlier. Apart from the lust in his eyes." I roll my eyes at her as a joke, and she continues. "But it seems more like he was trying to see into your soul." I can't help but shudder at that, remembering the intensity of his gaze. Exactly. And it's not just that. It's like I know him from somewhere. Like we've met before, even though I know we haven't. She leans back in her chair, her expression skeptical. "Are you sure about that? I mean, you meet a lot of people in this job. Maybe he's been here before and you just forgot." I shake my head, frustration welling up inside me. "No, it's not that. I checked our records, and it's the first time he's been here. It's like there's something that I'm meant to remember, but I can't reach it." Sophia reaches across the table, taking my hand in hers. "Hey, it's okay. Maybe it'll come to you later. In the meantime, why don't we go grab a drink after work? I think we both could use a little relaxation." I hesitate for a moment, tempted by the offer, but then I shake my head, pulling my hand back. "Thanks, but I think I'm just going to head home. I have a lot on my mind, and I think I need some time to process it all." She nods, understanding in her eyes, as she packs her own things. "Okay, but if you change your mind, you know where to find me." I give her a grateful smile, and after gathering my things, we head to the elevators. I can't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see Mr. Holloway standing there, his eyes boring into mine. But the hallway is empty. The only sound is the soft ding of the elevator as it arrives. The ride down to the lobby seems to take forever, the seconds ticking by with agonizing slowness. Sophia, even with her quirkiness, remains quiet in respect to me. That's what I love about her. She always makes me feel comfortable. But even as I step out into the bustling crowd, my mind is still filled with thoughts of Mr. Holloway. I can feel the rhythmic beat of my heart, the tension, that undeniable feeling I could be right and that I do know Mr. Zeke Holloway. And as I make my way out into the bright sunlight of the city streets, I know that I won't be able to rest until I figure out what it is. But for now, all I can do is try to push the thoughts aside and focus on the present moment. The feeling of the warm breeze against my skin, the sound of the cars rushing by, the vibrant energy of the city all around me as it prepares itself for the evening. We walk away from the building, my steps heavy with the weight of all. Then Sophia part ways with me at the first intersection, since her apartment is just a 5-minute walking distance. I barely heard her goodbyes, and only when she hugged me and kissed my cheek did I get back to where I was standing. I look ahead to hail a cab. I get in, and as I'm giving instructions to the driver, my heart feels a small flicker of hope. Hope that someday, somehow, I'll find the answers I'm looking for, and that the truth will finally be revealed. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Zeke. I sit in the conference room, my mind a million miles away from the drone of voices discussing quarterly projections and market trends. All I can think about is her, Kayla, the girl I've been searching for, the one who's haunted my dreams and consumed my thoughts for longer than I care to admit. And now, after all this time, I found her. Or rather, she's found me. It's almost too much to process, too much to believe. I feel like I'm in a daze, my head spinning with the weight of it all. I try to focus on the presentation, on the slides flashing across the screen, and the figures being tossed around the room. But it's no use. My mind keeps drifting back to her, to the way she looked at me with those wide, expressive eyes. Like she didn't even know me. It's a punch to the gut, a reality check I wasn't prepared for. I always assumed that if I ever found her, she'd be just as eager to see me as I was to see her. That she'd remember everything we shared, how much we meant to each other. But the truth is, I don't even know if she remembers me at all. The way she looked at me and spoke to me. It was like I was a stranger to her. Just another client, another face in the crowd. I feel a wave of frustration wash over me. A helpless anger that I can't seem to shake. I want to stand up, march back to her desk and demand answers. I want to grab her by the shoulders and shake her until she remembers, until she sees me the way I see her. But I know I can't do that. I can't force her to remember, can't make her feel something she doesn't feel. Zeke? Zeke, are you with us? I snap out of my reverie, realizing that the room has gone silent. Everyone is staring at me, expectant looks on their faces. I clear my throat, trying to regain my composure. Yes? My assistant, a young man named Liam, looks at me with concern. Are you feeling all right, Mr. Holloway? You seem a bit distracted. I wave him off, forcing a smile. I'm fine, Liam. Just a lot on my mind, that's all. Please continue. He nods, turning back to the presentation. But I can feel his eyes on me and can sense the unspoken questions lingering in the air. The meeting drags on, my mind too consumed with thoughts of Kayla to focus on anything else. I nod and make non-committal sounds at appropriate moments. But I'm not really there. I'm back in that office, staring into her eyes, searching for any hint of recognition, any glimmer of the girl I once knew. It's crazy that she's just been here, right under my nose, all this time. I think back to the days after she disappeared when everything was a blur of confusion and heartache. I remember the desperation, the frantic search for any sign of her. But she was just gone. At first, I chalked it up to a misunderstanding, to some unknown reason that kept her away. I told myself she just needed time, that she'd come back to me when she was ready. But as the weeks turned into months, and the months into years, I started to lose hope. I convinced myself that she'd moved on, that she wanted nothing to do with me or my family, that the memories we'd shared, the love we'd built, meant nothing to her anymore. So I let her go, or at least I tried to. I threw myself into my work, into building a life that didn't revolve around her. But even then, even in my darkest moments, I never stopped thinking about her. I never stopped wondering where she was, what she was doing, or if she ever thought of me. And now, seeing her again, raises even more questions. The way she looked at me, the way she spoke to me. It was like I was a stranger to her, like the time we'd spent together had been erased from her mind. I feel a sudden chill run down my spine, a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. Was it possible that there was more to her disappearance than I'd ever realized? Was there something else at play? Something I'd missed in my desperate search for answers? I think back to the way Kayla looked at me, the coldness in her eyes. Was it because she didn't want to see me because she'd moved on and left me behind? Or was there something else? Something deeper that I'd never even considered? I feel a surge of determination, a renewed sense of purpose. I've spent too long living in the shadows, too long letting the past dictate my future. It's time to take control, to find out the truth once and for all. As soon as the meeting ends, I'm on my feet, gathering my things with a sense of urgency. Liam shoots me a curious look, but I brush past him, my mind already racing ahead to my next move. I step out into the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. I pull out my phone and dial my secretary's number, my fingers trembling slightly as I wait for her to pick up. "Mr. Holloway, how can I assist you?" Her crisp, professional voice comes through the speaker. "Mia, I need you to do something for me. It's important." I try to keep my voice steady, but I can hear the tension in it. "Of course, sir. What do you need?" I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what I'm about to ask. "I need you to find out everything you can about a woman named Kayla Whitlock, where she's been the past 3 years, where she lives now, anything you can dig up." There's a brief pause on the other end of the line. "Kayla Whitlock? Miss Fairchild's assistant from Novus Creative Solutions?" "Yes, the very same," I confirm. Mia sounds confused, but I can understand why. "May I ask what this is about, sir? Is something wrong?" I hesitate, not sure how much to reveal. "It's personal. I knew her a long time ago, and I need to know what happened to her." Another pause, longer this time. "I understand, sir. I'll get started right away and let you know as soon as I have something." "Thank you, Mia. I appreciate it." I end the call, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension wash over me. I make my way back to my office, my mind still spinning with questions. I sit down at my desk, trying to focus on the stack of papers in front of me, but it's no use. All I can think about is Kayla and the mystery surrounding her disappearance. I lean back in my chair, closing my eyes and letting my mind drift back to the last time I saw her. It was the night at my apartment. I invited her to stay with me because Zach, my stupid brother, kicked her out of their place. They'd been fighting for months, and that day was the last straw. I wanted to confront my brother and beat him up for what he did to her, throwing out someone he claimed he loves, with no care for her well-being, was such a bad move. But when I looked at Kayla, trembling and worried, I knew I couldn't just leave her alone on that front porch. I can still remember the way she looked that night, her face glowing in the moonlight, her eyes shining with love and excitement for the future. We talked about our plans, our dreams. I don't know if we've both been put under a spell that night, because last thing I know, we both ended up naked. I wasn't expecting it, considering she's my brother's ex-girlfriend, but at that moment, nothing else seemed to matter. Nothing but the way her body fit so perfectly with mine. Or that wanton look in her eyes that made me want to give her everything. Or how just the sound of her breathing as she lay against me seemed to stir a new kind of yearning in me I hadn't even known. Maybe that was it. That's why she left. She was gone when I woke up, vanished into thin air like she'd never even existed. I'd searched for her in every spot I could think of. Went to places she said she wanted to go to. I called her number, but it was no longer in service. I've done everything I could think of to find her, but she was nowhere to be found. I opened my eyes, my heart aching with the memory. I've spent so long trying to convince myself that she left because she wanted to, because she didn't want me, that it was all a big mistake. But now, seeing her again, I'm not so sure. There was something in her eyes, something that didn't quite match up with the idea of a girl who'd simply moved on. It was like she was looking at me, but not really seeing me. Like I was a stranger to her, someone she'd never met before. And then there was the way she'd acted, the coldness in her voice. It was so unlike the Kayla I'd known, the warm, vibrant girl who'd captured my heart all those years ago. There's now a sense of hope in me, a glimmer of possibility that I haven't felt in a long time. I don't know what the future holds, don't know what secrets may be lurking in the shadows of Kayla's disappearance, but I do know one thing. I'm not going to rest until I find out the truth, until I unravel the mystery that's haunted me for so long. Kayla may have slipped away from me once, but I'll be damned if I let it happen again. I lean back in my chair, my eyes fixed on the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. Somewhere out there, the answers are waiting, and I won't stop until I find them.
Chapter 7. Kayla. I'm just settling in for a quiet evening at home when my phone buzzes. startling me out of my thoughts. I glance at the screen and see my mom's face smiling back at me. I can't help but smile in return as I swipe to answer the call. "Hey, Mom, how are you and Dad doing?" I ask, tucking my feet up under me on the couch. "We're doing just fine, baby girl. But we miss you," she replies, her warm voice washing over me like a comforting blanket. "How are you holding up in the big city?" I chuckle softly, shaking my head. "I'm doing okay. Work is keeping me busy, but I'm enjoying it." There's a brief pause on the other end of the line, and I can almost see my mom's brow furrowing in concern. "And how are you feeling, Kayla?" "Really?" I sigh, closing my eyes for a moment. I'm all right, Mom. I mean, it's not easy living with this weird gap in my memory, but I'm managing." "I know, baby, and your dad and I are so proud of you for how strong you've been through all of this. But," she trails off, and I can hear the worry in her voice. "But what, Mom?" "But we just worry about you. Living in the city by yourself, without any help. I know you're a grown woman, but after the accident." I feel a familiar pang in my chest at the mention of the accident. The bus crash that had stolen my memories, that had left me with nothing but a blank slate where my years should have been. "I know, Mom, but I promise I'm doing okay. I've got Sophia here and my other friends from work. I'm not alone. We know. But your dad and I just want to make sure you're taken care of. That you're safe. Always." I smile at that as I remain quiet for a moment. My mom probably sensed my discomfort, and so she went on to tell me about the new recipe she's been trying out, while my dad regales me with tales of his latest fishing trip. Eventually, the conversation circles back around to the accident, to the strange blank spot in my memory. "And you still can't remember anything from after your freshman year?" my mom asks, her voice gentle. I shake my head even though she can't see me. "No, nothing. It's like those years just don't exist for me. And even the stuff from before that is kind of hazy, like I'm looking at it through a foggy window." "Oh, baby, I can't even imagine how hard that must be for you." I shrug, trying to play it off. "It's not easy, but I'm managing. I've got my life here, my job, my friends. I'm building new memories, even if I can't remember the old ones." "That's a good way to look at it," my dad says, his voice warm with pride. "You've always been such a strong girl. We know you can handle anything that comes your way." I feel a lump forming in my throat, touched by their unwavering faith in me. "Thanks, Dad. That means a lot." After a few more minutes, I can tell our conversation is starting to wind down. It's getting late, and I know they've got an early morning ahead of them. "Well, we should probably let you get some rest, baby girl," my mom says, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "But promise you'll call us if you need anything, okay? Even if it's just to talk." "I promise, Mom. I'll call you guys soon, okay?" "Okay, baby. We love you so much." "I love you too. Good night." I hang up the phone, feeling a mix of warmth and sadness wash over me. I'm so grateful to my parents for their unwavering support and love, but at the same time, I hate feeling like I'm a burden to them, like they're constantly worrying about me. I flop back on the couch, staring up at the ceiling. It's true what I told them. I am building a new life for myself here, even without my memories. I think back to the strange encounter with that man at work, the one who seemed to know me, Mr. Zeke Holloway. There was something about him that felt familiar, like a half-remembered dream. But try as I might, I couldn't place him, couldn't fit him into the missing pieces of my past. And surely I'd remember a man like Zeke Holloway, what with those shoulders and those eyes you could lose yourself in. I sigh, rubbing my temples. It's frustrating, feeling like there's something just on the edge of my memory, something important that I can't quite grasp. Unfortunately, Dwelling on it won't do me any good. I glance at the clock, realizing how late it's gotten. I should probably head to bed, I think. I've got another busy day ahead of me tomorrow. As I lie in bed, staring up at the ceiling, my mind can't help but wander back to my parents. Their concern is palpable, even through the phone, and I can't blame them. After all, it's not every day that your daughter loses a chunk of her memory in a bus accident. I know they mean well and they only want what's best for me, but sometimes it feels like their worry is suffocating, like it's holding me back from fully embracing my life here in the city. I close my eyes, trying to picture my high school years, but it's like looking through a kaleidoscope. Fragments of memories swirl together, creating a dizzying pattern that I can't quite make sense of. I remember bits and pieces from my freshman year. The nervousness of starting at a new school and the excitement of making new friends. But beyond that, everything is a blur. It's frustrating, feeling like a part of my life has been erased, like someone just wiped away all the experiences that shaped me into the person I am today. But at the same time, I can't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the memories I do have, for the life I've built for myself in the aftermath of the accident. I think back to the early days of my recovery, when everything was a haze of confusion and pain. I remember the fear in my parents' eyes, the way they hovered over me like I might break at any moment. But I also remember the love and the unwavering support that they showed me every step of the way. I remember the day I moved into my apartment in the city, the way my mom fussed over every little detail, making sure I had everything I needed. I remember the pride in my dad's eyes as he helped me carry my boxes up the stairs, the way he hugged me tight and told me how proud he was of me. I forced myself to focus on the present, on the life I'm building for myself here in the city. I think about Sophia, about our plans to try out that new sushi place this weekend. I think about the project I'm working on at the office, about the praise I got from my boss just yesterday. I might not remember my past, but I'm determined to make the most of my present. And who knows? Maybe someday those missing pieces will fall into place. Maybe someday I'll remember. But for now, I'm content to take things one day at a time, to build a life that's all my own. These are the memories that matter, I tell myself. These are the moments that have shaped me, that have made me who I am today. I'm jolted out of my thoughts by a soft meow, and I look down to see Marmalade curled up at the foot of my bed. I smile, reaching out to scratch her behind the ears. "Hey," I murmur, my voice soft in the stillness of the room. "Thanks for keeping me company." Marmalade purrs, leaning into my touch, and I can't help but chuckle. It's funny, I think, how even my relationship with my cat is tinged with a sense of mystery. I can't remember how I got her, or why I chose to name her Marmalade. She's just always been there, a constant presence in my life. As I drift off to sleep, my mind continues to wander, flitting from one memory to the next, like a hummingbird in a field of flowers. I know that I can't force the memories to come back, but still, I can't help but wonder. What happened to me in those missing years? Who was I before the accident? The next morning, I wake up feeling groggy and disoriented. I stumble out of bed, nearly tripping over Marmalade in the process. "Sorry, kitty cat," I mumble, bending down to scoop her up. She meows in protest, but settles into my arms as I carry her into the kitchen. As I go through the motions of making coffee and feeding Marmalade, my phone buzzes with a text from Sophia. "Hey girl, still on for sushi tonight?" she asks, followed by a string of sushi emojis. I can't help but smile, feeling a rush of affection for my best friend. "Wouldn't miss it," I type back, adding a heart emoji for good measure. As I hit send, I feel a sense of determination wash over me. I might not remember my past, and might not have all the answers I'm looking for, but I'm not going to let that hold me back from living my life to the fullest. I glance over at Marmalade, who's lounging on the counter, watching me with curious eyes. "It's just you and me," I say, reaching out to scratch her under the chin. We're going to make the most of this life, even if we can't remember how we got here. Marmalade purrs in response, and I can't help but laugh. I still can't believe I can't remember how I got you, I muse, shaking my head. But I'm glad you're here, even if you are a little mystery. I finish getting ready for work, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. I'm going to keep moving forward and keep building a life that I can be proud of. And who knows, maybe someday the rest of my memories will come back. Maybe someday I'll remember the girl I was before the accident. But for now, I'm content to focus on the present, on the life I'm living now. And with Sophia by my side and Marmalade at my feet, I know I can handle whatever comes my way.
Chapter 8. Zeke. A knock at the door jolts me out of my thoughts, and I look up to see Mia standing in the doorway. "Mr. Holloway, I have the report you asked for." I nod, gesturing for her to come in. She sets the folder on my desk, her eyes bearing a sadness I have never seen before. I grab the folder and read the report in front of me, my eyes scanning the words over and over again. Bus accident. Memory loss. Intensive care. Each phrase feels like a punch to the gut, a painful reminder of how much Kayla has been through. I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my hair. When I asked Mia to look into Kayla's background, I never expected this. I thought maybe she had moved away, started a new life somewhere else. But this is so much worse. I close my eyes trying to picture Kayla as I last saw her, sleeping peacefully next to me. Thank you for doing this favor for me. I had no idea she was in an accident. Mia's face softens with sympathy. I'm so sorry, Mr. Holloway. She gives me a sad smile and then leaves the office, closing the door softly behind her. I nod, swallowing past the lump in my throat, thinking how much I wish I could do something to help her. I glance at the phone on my desk, an idea forming in my mind. I pick it up, dialing a number I know by heart. "Hey, Grandma," I say when she answers, my voice warm with affection. "It's Zeke. Listen, I need to ask you something." I listen to my grandmother's familiar voice and feel a sense of calm wash over me. She's always been there for me, always had my back, and right now I need her more than ever. "Grandma, do you remember the Whitlocks? Kayla's parents?" I ask, trying to keep my voice casual. There's a pause on the other end of the line, and I can almost see my grandmother's face, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Of course I do, dear. They moved away a few years back, didn't they? Such a shame. They were always such lovely people." I nod, even though she can't see me. "Yeah, they did. Do you know where they went? I'm trying to get in touch with Kayla, and I thought maybe they might know how to reach her." Another pause, longer this time. "Well, let me think. I seem to remember hearing something about an accident, a bus crash, or some such thing. Kayla was hurt pretty badly from what I heard. Her parents must have moved to be closer to her to help take care of her. I feel like I've been punched in the gut all over again. So it's true. Kayla's parents left to be with her, to help her recover. And I had no idea. "Thanks, Grandma," I managed to say, my voice thick with emotion. "That's really helpful." We chat for a few more minutes, catching up on family gossip and news. But my mind is miles away, focused on Kayla and the revelation of her accident. As I hang up the phone, I feel a renewed sense of determination. I glance at the clock, realizing how late it's gotten. I should head home, try to get some rest. But I know sleep will be hard to come by tonight, not with thoughts of Kayla swirling through my mind. I gather up my things, shrug on my coat, and head out of my office. The city streets are dark and quiet. The only sound is the echo of my footsteps on the pavement. As soon as I entered my apartment, I went to fetch myself a glass of whiskey and settle on my couch. I still think about how I'm going to confront Kayla. The way she looked at me in the office, the confusion and lack of recognition in her eyes. wasn't because she had forgotten me, or because she had moved on. It was because she literally couldn't remember me, couldn't remember anything from her past. I feel a surge of anger at the unfairness of it all. Kayla, who had always been so full of life, so vibrant and alive, to think of her lying broken in a hospital bed, her memories stolen from her. It's almost too much to bear. But even as the anger burns through me, I can't help but feel a flicker of hope. If Kayla's memory loss is the reason she treated me like a stranger, then maybe she didn't mean to leave me after all. I think about my brother, about how they were together in high school. I'm almost certain they would have ended up together if my brother didn't kick her out. He was the golden boy, the one everyone loved and admired. I was just his kid brother, always struggling to measure up. But now things are different. Now I'm the successful one, the one with the fancy job in the big city apartment. And my brother, well, last I heard, he was still stuck in our hometown, working at the same dead-end job he'd had since high school. Maybe this is my chance to prove to Kayla that I'm the one she should be with, that I'm the one who can give her the life she deserves. And then maybe we can start off this time from a place that isn't so messy, a place where I can show her how she deserves to be treated, and not just a reprieve from my brother. I drain the rest of my whiskey, feeling the burn of the alcohol in my throat. I know I need to be careful and take things slow. Kayla's been through so much, and the last thing I want to do is overwhelm her or make things harder for her. But I also know that I can't just sit back and do nothing. I need to be there for her, need to show her that I'm the one who could be by her side. I glance at my phone, my fingers hovering over the screen. I could call her, could try to set up a meeting. But something holds me back, a flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. What if I'm wrong? What if Kayla really has moved on, really doesn't want anything to do with me? I don't think I could handle the rejection, not after all this time. I set my phone down, my mind racing with possibilities. I need to think this through, and I need to come up with a plan. I grab my coat, deciding to head out for a drink. Maybe the change of scenery will help me clear my head, help me figure out what to do next. I walk down the street, my hands shoved deep in my pockets. The city is alive around me, the sounds of laughter and music spilling out of the bars and restaurants I pass. My mind is still spinning with thoughts of Kayla, of the accident that stole her memories and the life she must have lived in the years since. I can't help but wonder what she's been through, what kind of struggles she's faced. I think about the confusion and fear she must have felt, waking up in a hospital bed with no idea who she was or how she got there. My heart aches for her, for the pain and uncertainty she must have endured. I want to be there for her, want to help her through this in any way I can. I know what I need to do now, know the steps I need to take to win Kayla back. It won't be easy, and there's no guarantee that she'll even want me in her life again. But I have to try, have to take this chance while I still can. Chapter 9, Zeke. I walk into the bar and spot Andrew sitting at our usual table with a beer already in front of him. He looks up as I approach, a grin spreading across his face. "Well, well, well," he says, leaning back in his chair. "Look who decided to grace me with his presence." I roll my eyes, sliding into the seat across from him. "Sorry, man, it's been a crazy week." Andrew takes a sip of his beer, his eyes narrowing as he studies me. "You look like hell, Zeke. What's going on?" I hesitate, unsure of how much to share. Andrew's been my best friend since college, but there are some things I've never told him, some secrets I've kept buried deep. But tonight, with the weight of Kayla's accident and the possibility of a second chance heavy on my mind, I need to talk to someone. I need to get this off my chest. "There's this girl," I start, my voice low and rough. "A secretary at another company. I can't get her out of my mind." Andrew's eyebrows shoot up, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "A secretary, huh? Is she hot?" I shoot him a glare, my jaw clenching. It's not like that. She's special, different. Andrew leans forward, his elbows on the table. Different how? I take a deep breath, my fingers toying with the coaster in front of me. She was in an accident, a bad one. Lost her memory, and I knew her before. We were close. Andrew's eyes widen, his mouth falling open. Wait, what? You knew her before? How? I shake my head, the memories of those long-ago days flooding back. We grew up together, in the same small town. She's my brother's ex-girlfriend, but I've always had my eyes on her. Then she left without a word, and I never knew why. Andrew was quiet for a moment, his eyes searching my face. Do you have feelings for her? The question hits me like a punch to the gut, and I feel my breath catch in my throat. I don't know. It's been so long, and I'm sure we've both changed so much. But seeing her again, even just for a moment, it brought everything back. Andrew nods, his expression thoughtful. I get it, man. It's a lot to process. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of my confession hanging in the air between us. I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders, like I can breathe a little easier now that I've shared this with someone. But I also can't shake the feeling of uncertainty, of not knowing what the future holds. Will Kayla even want me in her life again, after all this time? Will she be able to forgive me for not being there for her, for not knowing what she was going through? As Andrew and I settle into our conversation, my mind keeps wandering back to Kayla. The truth is, I was obsessed with her for years, even when we were younger, and I thought I wasn't good enough for her. I remember the first time I saw her, walking down the hallway of our high school. She was a freshman, all bright eyes and shy smiles, and I was a senior, too cool to pay attention to the younger kids. But there was something about her, a warmth and kindness that drew me in. I watched her from afar, too afraid to approach her. She was so beautiful, so full of life, and I was just a small-town boy with big dreams and no idea how to make them happen. I convinced myself that she was better off without me, that I would only hold her back. And then, as if the universe was playing some cruel joke on me, she ended up with my brother. Zach was everything I wasn't. Confident, charming, the kind of guy everyone wanted to be around. I watched as they fell in love, as she looked at him with the same adoration I felt for her. It broke my heart, seeing them together. But I convinced myself that it was for the best, that Kayla deserved someone like Zach, someone who could give her the life she deserved. I sink deeper into my thoughts, trying to reconcile how things got so jumbled. Andrew's voice breaks through my thoughts, his eyes searching my face. You think you have a shot with her now? After all this time? I hesitate, my fingers toying with the label on my beer bottle. I don't know, but I have to try, right? I can't just let her go, not without fighting for her. Andrew nods, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Damn right you can't. You've been through too much. Waited too long to give up now. I feel a surge of gratitude for my friend, for his unwavering support and encouragement. I know I couldn't do this without him, without someone to talk to and lean on. Thanks, man, I say, my voice rough with emotion. Andrew grins, raising his beer in a toast. That's what friends are for, right? To talk you into making questionable decisions and then help you pick up the pieces when it all goes to hell. I laugh, the sound echoing in the quiet bar. I'll drink to that. We clink glasses, the sound of the toast ringing out like a promise. And as I take a sip of my beer, I can't help but feel a sense of determination wash over me. I'm going to win Kayla back no matter what it takes. I'm going to show her that I'm the one she's meant to be with, that I'm the one who will always be there for her. As the night wears on and the drinks keep flowing, Andrew and I talk and laugh, reminiscing about old times and dreaming about the future. It feels good to let loose, to forget about the weight of the world for a little while. But even as I relax and enjoy myself, my mind keeps drifting back to Kayla. I can't stop thinking about her, about the way her eyes sparkled in the sunlight and the sound of her laughter. I want to be the one to make her smile again, to help her rediscover the joy and happiness that were stolen from her. As the bar starts to empty out and the night grows late, Andrew and I settle our tab and head out into the cool night air. The city is quiet around us, the streets empty and still. We walk in silence for a little while, each lost in our own thoughts. And then, as we round the corner onto my street, Andrew turns to me with a serious expression. "Listen, Zeke," he says, his voice low and earnest. "I know you're probably nervous, and I know this is a big risk. But I also know that you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't at least try." I nod, my throat tight with emotion. I know. I have to at least try. I can't let her go again. Andrew claps me on the shoulder, a grin spreading across his face. "That's my boy. Go get her, Tiger." I roll my eyes at the nickname, but I can't help but smile. It feels good to have someone in my corner, someone who believes in me even when I don't believe in myself. We say our goodbyes and I head inside, my mind racing with possibilities. I know I need to come up with a plan, need to figure out how to approach Kayla without overwhelming her or making things harder for her. But for now, I let myself revel in the feeling of hope, of possibility. Because somewhere out there, Kayla is waiting for me. And this time, I'm not going to let anything stand in my way. As I climb the stairs to my apartment, I can't help but think back to all the times I let my fear and insecurity hold me back. All the chances I missed because I was too afraid to take them. But not this time. This time, I'm going to be brave, going to put myself out there and fight for what I want. I unlock the door to my apartment, stepping inside and flicking on the light. The space is quiet and still, the only sound the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I walk over to the window, looking out at the city stretching out before me. The lights twinkle in the darkness, a sea of possibility and promise. As I stand there, my heart racing with anticipation, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement, of hope for the future. I think back to Andrew's words, to his unwavering support and encouragement. I know I couldn't do this without him, without someone to lean on and talk to, but I also know that, in the end, this is something I have to do on my own. I have to be the one to take the leap, to put myself out there and fight for what I want. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders and turning away from the window. I know what I have to do now, know the steps I need to take to make this happen. It won't be easy, and there's no guarantee that it will work out the way I hope. But I have to try. I have to take this chance while I still can. Because if there's one thing I've learned in all my years of loving Kayla from afar, it's that life is too short to let fear hold you back. And so, with a newfound sense of determination and purpose, I start to plan, to dream about the future that could be waiting for us. A future where we're together, where we can build a life that's all our own. A future where I can finally make things right, can finally be the man that Kayla deserves. I sit down at my desk, a pen and paper in hand. I can't help but feel a sense of excitement, of possibility. Because this time, I'm not going to let anything stand in my way. This time I'm going to fight for what I want, no matter what it takes. And what I want is Kayla, now and forever.
Chapter 10. Kayla. Monday morning arrives and I walk into the office, my mind still reeling from the events of the previous week. For some reason, the weight of my accident, the feeling of being adrift in a world I don't fully understand, it's been coming to the surface more. But as I settle into my desk and start sorting through the morning's emails, I'm surprised to find a small package waiting for me. It's wrapped in shiny silver paper, a delicate bow perched on top. I frown, glancing around the office to see if anyone is watching, but my coworkers are all absorbed in their own work, paying me no mind. Carefully, I untie the bow and peel back the wrapping paper. Inside is a small box of chocolates, the expensive kind that you only see in fancy shops. My heart skips a beat as I lift the lid, the rich scent of cocoa wafting up to meet me. Who could have sent these? And why? I search the box for a card or a note, but there's nothing, just the chocolates, nestled in their little plastic tray. I pop one into my mouth, savoring the smooth, creamy texture and the burst of flavor on my tongue. It's delicious, but I can't shake the feeling of unease, of not knowing who sent them or what they want from me. The rest of the day passes in a blur, and I find myself distracted, my mind wandering back to the mysterious gift. But as I leave the office that evening, I try to put it out of my mind, telling myself that it was probably just a mistake, a mix-up with another employee's package. The next day, there's another surprise waiting for me. This time, it's a bouquet of flowers, a burst of color and fragrance that takes my breath away. I bury my nose in the soft petals, inhaling deeply. The scent is intoxicating, a heady mix of roses and lilies and something else I can't quite place. Again, there's no card, no note to indicate who sent them, but I can't help but feel a little thrill of excitement, a flutter of anticipation in my chest. Who is this mystery admirer? And what do they want from me? The gifts keep coming all week, each one more extravagant than the last. On Wednesday, it's a box of gourmet coffee, the kind I can never afford on my meager salary. On Thursday, it's a set of luxury bath products, complete with a fluffy robe and slippers. And on Friday, it's Mr. Holloway standing in the doorway of the office with a sheepish grin on his face. "Hey," he says, his voice low and warm. "I was wondering if you liked the presents." I blink at him, my mind racing to catch up. "The presents? They were from you?" He nods, taking a step closer. "I wanted to do something nice for you. After everything you've been through, I thought maybe it would make you smile." I duck my head to hide my smile. They did. Make me smile, I mean. They were lovely. His grin widens, and he leans against the doorframe, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "I'm glad. I was worried you might think I was some kind of creep, sending you all this stuff." I shake my head, a laugh bubbling up in my throat. "No, not a creep. Just surprising." He shrugs, his expression turning serious for a moment. "I know we don't know each other very well, Kayla, but I can't stop thinking about you. I wanted to do something to make you feel special, to show you that someone cares." I feel a warmth spreading through my chest, a flutter of something I can't quite name. "Thank you, Mr. Holloway. That means a lot to me." He takes another step closer, his eyes searching my face. "I was wondering, would you like to have dinner with me sometime? I know a great little Italian place downtown, and I'd love to take you there." I hesitate for a moment, my mind racing with all the reasons why I should say no. I don't know him, not really. And after everything I've been through, the last thing I need is more complications in my life. The thought of a night out, of good food and conversation, and maybe even a little flirting, it's too tempting to resist, especially if it's with someone like Zeke Holloway. "I'd love to," I say, my voice soft and shy. "That sounds wonderful." Zeke's face lights up with a grin, and he reaches out to take my hand in his. His skin is warm and rough against mine, and I feel a shiver run down my spine at the contact. "Great," he says, his voice low and intimate. "How about tonight? I can pick you up at 7. I nod, my heart racing with anticipation. "Tonight sounds perfect." He squeezes my hand once before letting go, his touch lingering on my skin. I can't wait. And then he's gone, leaving me alone in my office with a head full of questions and a heart full of something I can't quite name. But as I sit back down at my desk, I can't help but smile, my cheeks heat with excitement. Tonight, dinner with Mr. Holloway? It will be a chance to forget about my worries for a little while, to let myself be swept up in the moment and the possibility of something new. It's been so long since I've been on a date, and the thought of putting myself out there again is more than a little daunting. But there's something about him, a warmth and kindness that draws me in despite my reservations. And the more I think about it, the more I realize that I want to give him a chance to see where this thing between us might lead. Even so, I can't shake the feeling that there's something familiar about him, something that tugs at the edges of my memory, like a half-forgotten dream. It's nothing concrete, just a vague sense of recognition that I can't quite place. But I push the thought aside, telling myself that it's just my mind playing tricks on me. After all, with everything that's happened, it's no wonder I'm feeling a little off-kilter. I walk back home to my apartment, growing more and more anxious. I'm not sure what to wear, how to act, what to say. It's been so long since I've done this, and I feel like I'm stumbling blindly into uncharted territory. Am I stupid? I ask Marmalade as I sit next to her, watching her to eat. Naturally, I told her everything. But then there's a knock at my door, and I open it to find Sophia standing there, a wide grin on her face. "Hey girl," she says, breezing past me into the apartment. "I heard you have a hot date tonight. Need some help getting ready?" I duck my head to hide my smile. "How did you know about that?" Sophia rolls her eyes, flopping down on my couch with a dramatic sigh. "Please." The whole office is buzzing about it. "Zeke Holloway, sending you presents all week? It's like something out of a romance novel." I can't help but laugh at that, the tension in my shoulders easing a little. "I guess it is pretty crazy, huh?" Sophia nods, her expression turning serious for a moment. "Are you sure about this, Kayla? I mean, I know he's gorgeous and all, but you don't really know him. And after everything you've been through..." I take a deep breath, considering her words. She's right, of course. I don't really know him, not beyond the surface-level interactions we've had at work. "I'm sure," I say, my voice steady and strong. "I want to give him a chance. I want to see where this thing between us might lead." Sophia nods, a slow smile spreading across her face. "Okay then, let's get you ready for your big night." The next hour passes in a blur of laughter and girl talk, as Sophia helps me pick out the perfect outfit, does my hair and makeup, and generally helps me calm my nerves. Marmalade is there to give her input too. By the time 7 o'clock rolls around, I'm feeling more confident than I have in weeks, my head held high and my heart fluttering with anticipation. When the knock comes at my door, I take a deep breath, smoothing my hands over my dress one last time before opening it. And there he is, looking devastatingly handsome in a dark suit and tie, his eyes warm and inviting as they meet mine. "Wow," he says, his voice low and appreciative. "You look amazing." I feel my cheeks heating, and I duck my head to hide my smile. "Thank you. You don't look so bad yourself." Behind me, I hear Sophia snicker, and I shoot her a warning look over my shoulder. "Have fun, you two," she says, her voice teasing. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do." I roll my eyes at that, but I can't help but laugh as I follow Zeke out the door and into the night. The restaurant Zeke takes me to is stunning, all soft lighting and elegant decor. The moment we step inside, I feel like I've been transported to another world, one where the worries and stresses of everyday life simply melt away. The hostess leads us to a cozy table in the corner, and as we settle in, I can't help but marvel at the effortless way Zeke seems to fit into this world of luxury and refinement. He looks right at home here, his suit perfectly tailored, and his manner confident and self-assured. But there's a warmth to him too, a gentleness that puts me at ease, even as my nerves flutter in my stomach. As we peruse the menu and place our orders, I find myself getting lost in the easy flow of conversation between us. We talk about everything and nothing, from our favorite books and movies to our hopes and dreams for the future. Zeke is funny and charming, his wit sharp, and his insights thoughtful. As the night wears on, I find myself growing more and more comfortable in his presence, the initial awkwardness between us fading away like mist in the sun. "So, tell me," he says at one point, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What made you decide to give me a chance? I know I kinda came on strong with all the presents and everything." "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. There's just something about you that draws me in despite my better judgment." Zeke grins at that, his expression boyish and endearing. "Well, I'm glad you did. I have a feeling this could be the start of something special." I nod, my heart fluttering in my chest. "I think so too. It's funny, but even though we just met, I feel like I've known you forever. Like there's this connection between us that I can't quite explain." Zeke's expression turns serious for a moment, his eyes searching mine. "I know what you mean." I feel a shiver run down my spine at his words, a sense of rightness settling over me like a warm blanket. And as the waiter arrives with our food, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement, of possibility. The meal is delicious, but even more than the food, I find myself savoring the company. The easy way Zeke and I seem to fit together like two pieces of a puzzle. We linger over dessert and coffee, neither of us wanting the night to end. But eventually, the bill arrives, and we reluctantly gather our things to leave. As we step out into the cool night air, Zeke takes my hand in his fingers lacing through mine like they were made to fit there. "Want to take a walk by the river?" he asks, his voice low and intimate. It's a beautiful night, and I'm not quite ready to say goodbye yet. I nod, my heart skipping a beat at the thought of spending more time with him. I'd love that. The smile I give him is genuine, coming from the edge of lost memories with ease. It's as if my body remembers what my mind has forgotten. We stroll hand in hand along the riverbank, the city lights twinkling on the water like 1,000 stars. The air is crisp and cool, and I find myself leaning into Zeke's warmth. He feels good and secure against me as we walk, and it makes my stomach flutter as our bodies softly brush against each other with every step we take. We talk and laugh, the conversation flowing as easily as the river beside us. The minutes stretch into hours, and I find myself getting lost in the moment, in the feeling of his hand in mine and the sound of his voice in my ear. There's a magic to the night, a sense of possibility that hangs in the air. As we finally turn back towards the city, I can't help but anticipate what the future might hold. Because being with Zeke feels right in a way I can't quite explain. Like a piece of myself I never even knew was missing has suddenly fallen into place. As we walk together through the darkened streets, I revel in his presence, wishing the night would never end. When we arrive back at my apartment building, Zeke walks me to my door like a true gentleman. "I had a really great time tonight," he says softly, his eyes locked on mine. "Me too," I murmur, my heart racing in my chest. "Thank you for dinner, and for the walk. It was perfect." He smiles at that, his hand coming up to cup my cheek. He hesitates for only a second before he leans in, his lips brushing against mine in a kiss that's soft and sweet and full of promise. "Good night, Kayla," he says softly, and then he turns and walks away, leaving me breathless and wanting more. It's over almost before it begins, but the feeling of his lips on mine lingers long after he's gone, a warmth that spreads through my body like honey. I let myself into my apartment, my mind spinning with thoughts of Zeke and the night we've shared. A sense of rightness, of belonging, spreads like warmth in my chest, and I bring my fingertips to my lips with a smile. Being with him feels like coming home, like finding a part of myself I never even knew I was looking for. And as I drift off to sleep that night, my dreams are filled with the promise of what's to come.
Chapter 11. Zeke. The day after our dinner date, I find myself counting down the hours until I can see Kayla again. There's just something about her, a warmth and a spark that keeps drawing me in. It takes me back to that one night so long ago. How easily we seem to connect, like two pieces of a puzzle. And last night was no different, even after everything that's changed. I spend the morning in a haze of anticipation, my mind drifting to thoughts of her smile, her laugh, the way her hand felt in mine as we walked by the river. When lunchtime finally rolls around, I waste no time in seeking her out. "Hey," I say, leaning against the doorframe of her office with what I hope is a charming grin. "I was thinking, there's this great little ice cream place around the corner. Want to grab a scoop with me?" Kayla looks up from her computer, her eyes widening in surprise. But then a slow smile spreads across her face, and she nods. "I'd love to." We walk to the ice cream shop hand in hand, the sun warm on our faces and the breeze ruffling our hair. As we peruse the flavors and place our orders, I find myself getting lost in the easy flow of conversation between us. We talk and laugh as we enjoy our treats, the rich flavors of chocolate and vanilla mingling on our tongues. When a bit of ice cream drips down Kayla's chin, I can't resist reaching out to wipe it away with my thumb, my heart skipping a beat at the intimacy of the gesture. Over the next few weeks, I take Kayla out on a whirlwind of dates, each one more magical than the last. We explore the city together, wandering through quirky neighborhoods and hidden gems that even I never knew existed. One day we take a tour of the local art museum, marveling at the vibrant colors and bold brushstrokes of the paintings. Kayla's eyes light up as she takes in each new work, her enthusiasm infectious. "I've always loved art," she confesses as we stand before a particularly stunning abstract piece. "There's just something about the way it can transport you to another world, make you feel things you never even knew you were capable of feeling." I nod, my gaze drifting from the painting to her face, the way the light catches in her hair and makes her eyes sparkle. It's like a window into the artist's soul, a glimpse of something raw and real and beautiful. Kayla turns to me then, her expression soft and wondering. "You have a poet's heart, Zeke Holloway. Has anyone ever told you that?" I grin. "Not until now. But coming from you, I'll take it as the highest compliment." Another day, we pack a picnic lunch and head to the park, spreading out a blanket under a shady tree. We feast on sandwiches, fruit, and cold lemonade. We people watch and make up stories about the passers-by, our laughter ringing out across the green grass. At one point, a little girl with pigtails and a gap-toothed grin approaches us, holding out a fistful of dandelions. "For you," she says shyly, thrusting the flowers towards Kayla. Kayla's face lights up with delight, and she takes the bouquet with a gracious smile. "Thank you, sweetheart. They're beautiful." The girl beams and scampers off, leaving us alone once more. As Kayla tucks one of the dandelions behind her ear, I feel my heart swell with a feeling I can't quite name. With each passing day, each new experience we share, I find myself falling deeper and deeper under Kayla's spell. She's funny and kind and whip-smart, with a zest for life that's absolutely infectious. But more than that, she's real in a way I never knew I was craving. With her, there's no pretense, no games or guile. Just a genuine connection, a sense of rightness that settles over me like a warm blanket. And as we lay on the picnic blanket, our fingers intertwined and our faces turned up to the dappled sunlight, I can't help but marvel at the twists and turns that brought us to this moment. Because even though we've only known each other a short while, it feels like we've been heading towards this all our lives. Like every step and stumble, every wrong turn and detour was just a way of leading us to each other. And as I look at Kayla, her hair fanned out across the grass and her eyes closed in contentment, I know with a sudden, fierce certainty that I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. Falling for her feels like coming home, like finding a piece of myself I never even knew was missing. The rest of the world fades away until it's just the two of us and the endless blue sky. I'll do whatever it takes to hold on to this feeling, to make sure that Kayla knows just how special and precious she is to me. She's not just the woman I'm falling for. She's the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with, the one I want to grow old and gray beside. I pull her closer, my heart full and bursting with love and joy and possibility. I know that this is just the beginning of our story, the first chapter in a tale that will be told for years to come. As the weeks pass and Kayla and I grow closer, I find myself constantly amazed by the depth of our connection. It's like we're two halves of the same whole, fitting together in a way that feels both exhilarating and inevitable. But even as I revel in the joy of our blossoming relationship, I can't shake the nagging sense of unease that lurks at the back of my mind. Because with each passing day, each new memory we create together, I'm reminded of the secret I'm keeping from her. It's not that I don't want to tell her the truth about our shared past. It's just that I'm terrified of what it might do to the delicate balance we've struck, the fragile trust we've built between us. I'm not sure how Kayla will react when she finds out that we knew each other before, that I was there on the worst day of her life. Will she feel betrayed, like I've been keeping something from her all this time? Will she understand why I did it? Why I wanted to give us a chance to start fresh without the weight of the past hanging over us? I try to push the thought aside, to focus on the present and the incredible woman by my side. But it's always there, a constant whisper in the back of my mind that grows louder with each passing day. One day, we rent bikes and ride along the river, the wind whipping through our hair as we race each other down the winding paths. Kayla's laughter rings out across the water, bright and joyful, and I can't help but join in, my heart lighter than it's been in years. We stop for a picnic lunch on a grassy knoll, spreading out a blanket and feasting on sandwiches and fruit and cold beer. As we eat, we talk about everything and nothing, our conversation flowing as easily as the river beside us. I never knew life could be like this, Kayla confesses at one point, her head resting on my shoulder as we watch the clouds drift by overhead. So full of joy and possibility. I nod, pressing a kiss to her temple. It's like everything is brighter, more vivid when I'm with you, like I'm seeing the world through new eyes. She smiles up at me, her eyes soft and warm. I feel the same way, Zeke, like I've been waiting my whole life for you, without even knowing it. Another day we visit the aquarium, marveling at the colorful fish and sleek sharks that glide through the tanks. Kayla's face is alight with wonder as we wander through the exhibits, her hand warm and sure in mine. At one point we find ourselves in a darkened room, the only light coming from the eerie glow of a jellyfish tank. The creatures float by like ghostly apparitions, their tentacles trailing behind them in a hypnotic dance. They're so beautiful, Kayla breathes, her face inches from the glass. But also kind of scary, you know, like they're from another world entirely. I nod, my gaze drifting from the jellyfish to her face, the way the soft light plays across her features and makes her eyes shine. I know what you mean. But sometimes, the most beautiful things are the ones that scare us a little, the ones that make us feel alive in a way nothing else can. She turns to me then, her expression soft and wondering. Is that how you feel about me? Like I'm something beautiful and terrifying all at once? I feel my heart skip a beat, my breath catching in my throat. Yes, I whisper, my voice rough with emotion. That's exactly how I feel about you. Like you're the most incredible thing I've ever seen, and I'm just lucky to be along for the ride. She smiles at that, a slow, sweet curve of her lips that makes my pulse race. And then she's leaning in, her mouth warm and soft against mine, and I'm lost in the taste of her, the feel of her in my arms. With each day I spend with her, I find myself falling more and more in love with Kayla. It's bigger than just her. It's with the way she sees the world and the way she makes me feel. Through it all, I'm constantly amazed by the depth of our connection, the way we seem to understand each other on a level that goes beyond words. One night as we lay in bed, our bodies intertwined and our hearts beating as one, I I know that I'll spend the rest of my life showing her just how much she means to me. How grateful I am for the gift of her love. Because with Kayla by my side, anything is possible. I can't wait to see where this crazy, beautiful journey takes us next.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Kayla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit KaylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Kayla. Chapter 12. Kayla. As I walk into the office, I'm greeted by the warm smile of Sophia. Her auburn hair is styled in a messy bun, and she's wearing a vintage band t-shirt paired with high-waisted jeans. "Morning, Kayla. You look cute today," she says, giving me a once-over. I glance down at my outfit, a floral sundress and strappy sandals, and grin. "Thanks, Soph. You're rocking that retro vibe as always." We chat for a bit before heading to our desks. As I settle in, my mind drifts to Zeke. Ever since our first meeting, I've been drawn to his kind eyes and gentle demeanor. There's something familiar about him, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Throughout the day, I find myself daydreaming about our interactions. The way he listens attentively when I speak, the warmth in his smile. It's enough to make my heart flutter. I know I shouldn't be falling for a colleague, but I can't help it. Later that afternoon, Zeke stops by the office unexpectedly. "Hey, Kayla," he says, his deep voice sending shivers down my spine. "I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop by to discuss the project." "Of course," I reply, trying to keep my cool. "Let's grab a conference room." As we sit across from each other, I can't help but notice the way his muscular frame fills out his suit. I force myself to focus on the task at hand, but my mind keeps wandering to the way his eyes crinkle when he laughs at my jokes. After the meeting, Zeke lingers for a moment. "Listen, Kayla," he begins, his tone hesitant. "I know this might be a bit forward, but would you like to have dinner with me at my place?" My heart skips a beat. "I'd like that," I say, trying to keep my voice steady. "How about this weekend?" Zeke grins, his handsome face lighting up. "Perfect. I'll text you the details." As he leaves, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement mixed with nerves. I'm falling for Zeke, and I can't deny it anymore. The weekend arrives, and I find myself standing outside Zeke's apartment, my stomach in knots. When he opens the door, the delicious aroma of home-cooked food wafts out. "Come on in," he says, ushering me inside. We enjoy a lovely meal, chatting and laughing like old friends. Afterward, we move to the balcony, the city lights twinkling below us. As we sip on wine, Zeke turns to me, his expression serious. "I've been wanting to ask you something," he says softly. "What can you tell me about your family? I feel like I know so little about your life outside of work." I take a deep breath, the memories flooding back. "Well, My parents actually moved to the city a few years ago. I begin, my voice trembling slightly. They wanted to be closer to support me through physical therapy and my online studies. Zeke reaches out, his hand covering mine. Physical therapy? But what for? I feel a sudden tightness in my chest. I know I need to tell Zeke about my accident, but the words feel heavy on my tongue. There's something I haven't told you, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. The reason I needed so much support from my parents, it's because I was in an accident a few years ago. Zeke's eyes widen, concern etched on his face. Oh, Kayla. I'm so sorry. What happened? I take a shaky breath, the memories flooding back. I don't remember much, to be honest. I was coming home from a party or somewhere. I don't really remember, and then nothing. I woke up in the hospital weeks later with no recollection of the accident or the years leading up to it. Zeke reaches out, his hand gently squeezing mine. That must have been so difficult for you. I can't even imagine. I nod, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. It was. I felt like I had lost a part of myself. My parents were there for me every step of the way, but it was still a long and painful recovery. Zeke's thumb rubs soothing circles on the back of my hand. You're incredibly strong, Kayla. To go through something like that and come out the other side, it's a testament to your resilience. I smile, his words warming my heart. Thank you. It means a lot to have your support. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of my revelation hanging in the air. Finally, Zeke speaks. If you don't mind me asking, how much time did you lose? How many years of memories? I sigh, the familiar ache in my chest returning. About 3 years. I remember bits and pieces, but most of it is just gone. Zeke's eyes are full of empathy as he looks at me. I'm so sorry, Kayla. I can't imagine how hard that must be. I shrug, trying to lighten the mood. It's okay. I've learned to accept it. And in a way, it's given me a fresh start, a chance to rebuild my life on my own terms. Zeke smiles, his admiration clear. That's an incredibly positive way to look at it. You're amazing, Kayla. I smile, his compliment catching me off guard. Thank you, Zeke. That means a lot. We lapse into comfortable silence again, the city lights twinkling below us. I feel a sense of peace wash over me, grateful for Zeke's understanding and support. You know, I say, breaking the silence. With my parents' help, I was able to go back to school. I actually just graduated with my master's degree. Zeke's face lights up, his smile wide and genuine. Kayla, that's incredible. Congratulations. What an amazing accomplishment. I grin, feeling a surge of pride. Thank you. It wasn't easy, but I was determined to prove to myself that I could do it. Zeke raises his glass, his eyes shining with admiration. To your strength, your resilience, and your incredible achievements. You're an inspiration, Kayla. We clink glasses, the sound echoing in the night air. As I take a sip of my wine, I feel a sense of contentment wash over me. I feel truly seen and understood. As the night wears on, I glance at my watch, realizing how late it's gotten. I should probably head home, I say, reluctance heavy in my voice. Zeke nods, standing up to walk me to the door. Thank you for sharing your story with me. It means a lot that you trust me enough to open up like that. I smile, my heart full. Thank you for listening and for being so understanding. It's not always easy to talk about. He pulls me into a hug, his strong arms wrapping around me. Anytime. I'm always here for you. And with that, let me take you home. We step out into the hallway and to Zeke's car. As he drives me home, there's a sense of lightness in my chest. His support and understanding have given me a newfound sense of confidence and strength. I bid him a kiss goodnight and make my way into my apartment. The smile on my face still remains as I close the door behind me. The evening with Zeke has left me feeling giddy and lighthearted, a stark contrast to the heavy emotions I've been carrying for so long. I've barely had a chance to kick off my heels and be reprimanded by Marmalade for getting her dinner ready late when my phone rings. I glance at the screen, seeing my mom's face smiling back at me. "Hey, Mom," I answer, my voice unusually chipper. "Well, hello there, sunshine," she teases, her warm laughter filling my ear. Someone's in a good mood tonight. I flop down on my couch, twirling a lock of hair around my finger. I am, actually. I had a really nice evening. "Oh?" my mom says, her tone playful. "And what, pray tell, has made you so happy? Or should I say, who?" I feel my cheeks heat, grateful she can't see me through the phone. "Mom, it's not like that. I just had dinner with a friend." "Mm-hmm," she hums, clearly not buying it. "A friend, huh? And does this friend have a name?" I sigh, knowing she won't let it go until I spill. "His name is Zeke. He's a client at work, but we've been getting to know each other outside of the office." I can practically hear my mom's grin through the phone. "Zeke, huh? Sounds like a catch. Tell me more about him." I laugh, shaking my head. "There's not much to tell, Mom. He's just a really nice guy. He's easy to talk to, and he makes me feel, I don't know, safe, I guess." My mom's voice softens, her teasing tone replaced with genuine affection. "Oh, honey, that's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear you sound like yourself again." I feel a lump form in my throat, the weight of her words hitting me. "Thanks, Mom. It's been a rough few years, but I finally feel like I'm starting to heal." "I know, sweetheart. Your dad and I have been so worried about you. You've been through so much, and we just want to see you happy again." I wipe away a stray tear, my heart swelling with love for my parents. I am happy, Mom. So happy, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. We chat for a bit longer, my mom peppering me with questions about Zeke and my work. I can hear the excitement in her voice, the relief that her daughter is finally starting to come back to life. As we say our goodbyes, my mom's voice turns serious for a moment. "Kayla, I just want you to know how proud we are of you. You've overcome so much, and you've done it with such grace and strength. Your dad and I love you more than anything in this world." I feel the tears flowing freely now, my heart bursting with gratitude. "I love you too, Mom. Thank you for always being there for me. I couldn't have done any of this without you and Dad." We hang up, and I sit in the quiet of my apartment, reflecting on the evening. I think about Zeke, about the way he makes me feel seen and understood. I think about my parents, about their unwavering love and support. For so long, I felt like a shell of myself, like the accident stole a part of me that I could never get back. But now, as I sit here with a smile on my face and hope in my heart, I realize that I've been healing all along. I may have lost memories, but I haven't lost myself. I'm still Kayla Whitlock, the bubbly, outgoing girl with a passion for life. And with the love of my family and the promise of new beginnings, I know that anything is possible. As I get ready for bed, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement for what the future holds. Whether it's with Zeke or on my own, I know that I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. And for the first time in a long time, I'm truly happy.
Chapter 13, Zeke. The sun is shining, and the streets are bustling with activity as I make my way to the cute little cafe downtown where I'm meeting Kayla for lunch. I can't help but feel a sense of excitement and nervousness as I walk, my thoughts consumed by the woman who has captured my heart. We've been spending more and more time together. I can feel the connection between us growing stronger with each passing day. I know it's only a matter of time before I have to tell her the truth about my feelings, but for now, I'm content just to be near her, to bask in the warmth of her presence. As I enter the cafe, I spot Kayla immediately, sitting at a table by the window. She looks up as I approach, her face breaking into a wide smile that makes my heart skip a beat. "Hey, you," she says, standing up to give me a hug. "I'm so glad you could make it." I pull her close, savoring the feeling of her in my arms. "I wouldn't miss it for the world," I say softly, my voice slightly muffled by her hair. We sit down, and a waiter comes over to take our order. Kayla orders a turkey and avocado sandwich, while I opt for a classic BLT. Eventually, our sandwiches arrive, and we dig in, savoring each bite. The bread is soft and fluffy, the fillings fresh and flavorful. It's the perfect meal for a perfect day. As we eat, I find myself watching Kayla, taking in every little detail about her. The way she tucks her hair behind her ear when she's thinking, the way her nose crinkles when she laughs. I'm so caught up in my admiration that I almost don't hear her when she asks me a question. "So, any big plans coming up?" she asks, taking a sip of her iced tea. I hesitate for a moment, not sure how much to share. But then I remind myself that this is Kayla, the woman I trust more than anyone in the world. "Actually, yeah," I say, leaning back in my chair. "I'm heading back to my hometown next weekend for my grandmother's birthday party." Kayla's eyes widen in surprise. "Really? That's so sweet of you, Zeke. I'm sure your grandmother will be thrilled to see you." I nod, feeling a sudden rush of emotion at the thought of my grandmother. She's always been one of my biggest supporters, and I know how much it means to her to have me there for her special day. "Yeah, she's pretty amazing," I say, my voice slightly hoarse. I don't get to see her as often as I'd like, so I'm really looking forward to spending some time with her. Kayla reaches across the table and takes my hand, her touch sending a jolt of electricity through me. "I'm sure she feels the same way," she says softly, her eyes full of understanding. "Family is everything, Zeke. Don't ever take them for granted." I squeeze her hand, feeling a rush of gratitude for her presence in my life. "I won't. I promise," my voice barely above a whisper. "And I won't take you for granted either, Kayla. You mean more to me than you know." She smiles at me, her eyes shining with a warmth that makes my heart ache. And in that moment, I know that no matter what the future holds, I'll always be grateful for the gift of her friendship, for the way she makes me feel like anything is possible. As we sit there, our hands intertwined, I feel a sense of peace wash over me. Being with Kayla, sharing this moment with her, it feels right in a way that nothing else ever has. But then Kayla says something that catches me completely off guard. "Hey, I have an idea," she says, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Why don't I come with you to your grandmother's birthday party?" I blink, not quite sure I heard her correctly. You want to come with me?" She nods, her smile growing wider by the second. "Yeah, things have been going so well between us lately. I'd love to meet your family. Plus, it would be nice to get out of the city for a bit, don't you think?" I hesitate, my mind racing with a million thoughts at once. Kayla and I are from the same small town, and she clearly doesn't remember that. I haven't been honest with her since I'm hesitant to bring it up, not wanting to dredge up painful memories for her. But at the same time, the thought of having Kayla by my side as I visit my hometown, of introducing her to my grandmother and the rest of my family, it's almost too good to be true. "Are you sure?" I ask, searching her face for any sign of doubt or hesitation. It's a long drive, and my family can be a bit overwhelming at times. Kayla laughs, the sound of it like music to my ears. "Zeke, I've dealt with my fair share of overwhelming families. I think I can handle yours." I grin, feeling a rush of warmth and affection wash over me. "Well, in that case, I'd love for you to come with me. Even if I have no idea how I'll explain it away. Maybe Zach won't come. It's pretty much the only way this will work and what I'm banking on. She squeezes my hand, her eyes shining with happiness. Really? Oh, Zeke, that's wonderful! I can't wait to meet your grandmother and see where you grew up. I nod, trying to push down the sudden rush of nerves that threatens to overwhelm me. Because the truth is, going back to my hometown, it's not just about introducing Kayla to my family. It's bringing her back to the town we both grew up in, knowing her history with Zach. But with Kayla by my side, I feel like I can face anything. Like I can finally let go of the weight that's been holding me down and embrace the future that's waiting for me. We finish our sandwiches, chatting and laughing as we make plans for the trip. I wrap my arm around her shoulders, pulling her close to me as we leave the cafe. She leans into me, her head resting on my chest, and I feel a rush of protectiveness wash over me. Nothing could feel out of place or wrong as long as she's by my side. I hold her close and breathe in her scent, everything else fading away for just a moment. As we walk back to my car, Kayla is practically skipping with excitement. She's talking a mile a minute, her eyes shining with joy as she imagines all the things we'll do together on our trip. I can't wait to meet your grandmother, Zeke, she says, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. And the rest of your family, too. I bet they're all just as amazing as you are. I chuckle, shaking my head in amusement. I don't know about that, but they're definitely unique. Kayla grins, her nose crinkling in that adorable way that always makes my heart skip a beat. Well, unique is good. It means they're interesting, and I love interesting people. I nod, feeling a sudden rush of nerves at the thought of introducing Kayla to my family. They already knew her considering she's my brother's ex-girlfriend. I don't think my family will be able to keep the information to themselves, and now I'm scared how she'll react. But as I look at her, her face glowing with happiness and anticipation, it almost seems worth it to have her in my arms. Kayla is strong, resilient, and full of life. She can handle anything that comes her way, even my crazy family. And we are strong together. Surely as one, we can handle anything that comes our way. We reach my car, and I open the passenger door for her, my heart swelling with love and pride as she slides in beside me. So, what should I pack for the trip? She asks, buckling her seatbelt and turning to face me. I want to make sure I'm prepared for anything. I chuckle, starting the engine and pulling out onto the street. Well, my grandmother's parties are usually pretty casual, so you don't need to worry about dressing up too much. Just pack some comfortable clothes, maybe a nice outfit for dinner one night, and you'll be all set. Kayla nods, her mind already whirring with ideas. I can do that. And what about a gift for your grandmother? I want to make a good impression. I smile, touched by her thoughtfulness. That's really sweet of you, but you don't have to bring anything. Just having you there will be a gift enough for her. She shakes her head, her expression determined. No, I want to bring something. It's important to me, Zeke. I want your family to know how much I care about you, and how much I appreciate being included in your life. A rush of guilt ripples through me, and I fight to suppress it. Because I realize just how lucky I am to have Kayla in my life, to have someone who cares about me so deeply, who wants to be a part of my world in every way possible. Okay, I say softly, reaching over to take her hand in mine. We can pick out a gift together. Something special. Just from you. She smiles, her eyes shining with love and gratitude. I'd like that. I'd like that a lot. We drive in comfortable silence for a while. The only sound is the soft hum of the engine and the occasional honk of a passing car. But inside, my mind is racing with thoughts and emotions, a kaleidoscope of hopes and fears swirling together in a dizzying mix. As we pull up to Kayla's apartment building, I turn to face her, my heart pounding in my chest. Today was wonderful, as always, I say softly, my voice thick with emotion. Thank you for wanting to be a part of my life. It means more to me than you know. She smiles, leaning in to press a gentle kiss on my cheek. And thank you for letting me in, for trusting me enough to share your family with me. I promise, I won't let you down. I nod, my throat too tight to speak. As she opens the car door and steps out into the fading sunlight, I feel a sudden rush of fear and uncertainty wash over me. Because as much as I want to believe that everything will be okay, as much as I want to trust in the strength of our bond, I can't shake the feeling that this weekend will change everything. That the secrets of my past will finally catch up to me, and the future I've been dreaming of will slip through my fingers like sand. But I force a smile, waving goodbye to Kayla as she disappears into her building. And as I drive away, my heart heavy with a mix of hope and dread, I can only pray that somehow, some way, we'll find a way to make it through the storm that's coming. Together or not at all.
Chapter 14. Kayla. I can barely contain my excitement as I walk into the office, a huge grin plastered across my face. I spot Sophia at her desk, her head buried in a stack of papers, and I practically skip over to her, my heart bursting with the news I'm about to share. "You'll never guess what happened," I exclaim, my voice bubbling with enthusiasm. She looks up, her eyebrows raised in curiosity. "Well, what is it? Did you win the lottery or something?" I shake my head, my grin growing even wider. "Even better. I'm going to go home with Zeke for his grandmother's birthday this weekend." Sophia's eyes widen, and she lets out a squeal of delight. "That's amazing." I nod, my cheeks aching from the smile. "I know, right? I'm so excited. I feel like things are really starting to get serious between us." Nudging her shoulder, I add, "Think you could keep a girl on marmalade for me?" "I'm always down for that fluffy cat." She leans forward, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "So, spill the tea, girl. I want all the details about your relationship with Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome." I giggle, feeling a rush of warmth wash over me at the thought of Zeke. "Oh, he's everything I've ever wanted in a man. He's smart, funny, and so incredibly charming." Sophia grins, nodding in agreement. "Oh, I know. I still can't believe you managed to snag a guy like that. He's like the total package." I feel a sudden rush of insecurity wash over me, my smile faltering slightly. I know, sometimes I can't believe it either. I mean, after the accident, I never thought anyone would want me. I felt so broken, so damaged. Sophia reaches out, taking my hand in hers. "Kayla, stop. You are not broken, and you are not damaged. You are a strong, beautiful, amazing woman, and anyone would be lucky to have you in their life." I feel tears prick at the corners of my eyes, my heart swelling with gratitude for my friend's support. "Thank you, Sophia. That means a lot to me." She smiles, squeezing my hand gently. "Anytime, babe. Now tell me more about these recent dates with Zeke. I want all the juicy details." I grin, feeling a rush of excitement wash over me once again. "Well, we've been spending a lot of time together lately. He took me out to this amazing restaurant last week, and we just talked for hours. It was like we could never run out of things to say to each other." Sophia nods, her eyes shining with happiness for me. "That's so great. It sounds like you two have a really special connection." I nod, feeling a warmth heat up my cheeks. "We do." And then, just the other day, he surprised me with a picnic in the park. He packed all my favorite foods, and we just sat there, watching the sunset and talking about our hopes and dreams for the future. Sophia sighs, a dreamy look on her face. "That sounds so romantic, Kayla. I'm so happy for you." I smile, feeling a rush of warmth and love wash over me. "Thanks, Sophia. I'm happy too. Happier than I've been in a long time." We chat for a few more minutes, Sophia peppering me with questions about Zeke and our relationship. I tell her about how he always knows just what to say to make me feel better. How he's been so patient and understanding with me as I've worked through my insecurities and fears. As Sophia and I continue to chat, she suddenly gets a mischievous glint in her eye. You know, if things keep going this well with Zeke, you might be hearing wedding bells in your future, she teases, nudging me playfully with her elbow. I laugh, feeling the back of my neck heat at the thought. Oh my God, we've only been dating for a little while. But even as I say the words, I can't help but feel a flutter of excitement in my stomach. Because the truth is, I really do like Zeke. A lot. More than I've ever liked anyone before. Every time we're together, it's like I feel something settle in me, a piece back where it belongs. And he's sweet and considerate. How could I not fall for such a wonderful man? I know, Sophia says, holding up her hands in mock surrender. But seriously, I've never seen you this happy before. It's like Zeke has brought a whole new light into your life. I nod, feeling a sudden rush of emotion wash over me. He really has. I don't know how to explain it, but when I'm with him, I feel like I can do anything. Like I'm stronger and more capable than I ever thought possible. Sophia smiles, her eyes shining with happiness for me. I'm so glad you found someone who makes you feel that way. I nod, a sudden thought occurring to me. You know, it's funny, but sometimes I feel like there's something vaguely familiar about Zeke. Like I already know him even though I can't quite place it. It's driving me crazy. Sophia frowns, her brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? Like you've met him before? I shake my head, trying to put my finger on the feeling. No, not exactly. It's more like there's some kind of connection between us that goes beyond just dating. Like we have a history together, even though I know we don't. Sophia leans back in her chair, a thoughtful expression on her face. Well, maybe it's just because things are getting serious between you two. Sometimes when we're falling for someone, our emotions can play tricks on us. I nod slowly, considering her words. Maybe you're right. I mean, I've never felt this way about anyone before. It's all just so new and intense. Sophia smiles, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Intense, huh? Sounds like someone's got it bad. I feel a rush of heat flood my cheeks. Shut up, I mutter, but I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. She laughs, reaching out to give my hand a reassuring squeeze. Seriously though, Kayla, don't stress about it too much. Just enjoy the ride and see where things go with Zeke. You deserve to be happy. I take a deep breath, trying to push away the lingering uncertainty that's been nagging at me. You're right. I'm probably just overthinking things. I should just focus on the amazing man who's making me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. Sophia nods, her expression turning serious for a moment. Exactly. And if anything does come up, you know I'm always here for you. No matter what. I feel a sudden rush of emotion wash over me, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. I know. You're the best friend a girl could ask for. We hug, holding each other tight for a long moment. And as we pull away, I feel a renewed sense of determination wash over me. Because no matter what the future holds, no matter what challenges Zeke and I may face, I know that I have the support and love of my friends and family to guide me through. And with that knowledge, I feel like I can face anything. Like I'm ready to take on the world, one step at a time. As the day goes on, I find myself getting more and more excited about the upcoming trip with Zeke. I can't stop thinking about all the things we'll do together, all the memories we'll make. I imagine introducing him to my parents, watching their faces light up with joy as they see how happy he makes me. I picture us exploring the city together, hand in hand, discovering hidden gems and making new friends along the way. But most of all, I imagine the quiet moments we'll share, just the two of us, the stolen kisses, the whispered promises, the feeling of his arms around me as we drift off to sleep. It's like a dream come true, a fairy tale that I never thought I'd get to live. As I sit at my desk daydreaming, my mind wanders to thoughts of Zeke and our future together. I can't help but feel like the luckiest girl in the world. But even in the glow of my newfound happiness, I can't shake the feeling that there's something I'm missing, something important, something that could change everything. I try to push the thought away, telling myself that it's just my insecurities talking, that I'm just not used to being this happy, this content. Deep down, I know there's more to it than that. I know that there's something about Zeke that I can't quite put my finger on, something that feels both familiar and strange at the same time. And as much as I want to ignore it, as much as I want to just focus on the present and the amazing man who's making me feel like I can conquer the world, I know that I can't. Because the truth is, I'm falling for Zeke. Hard. If there's something about him that I don't know, something that could change the way I feel about him, I need to find out what it is. For now, I decide to just brush off the lingering uncertainty, too thrilled about the trip and the prospect of spending more time with Zeke to dwell on my doubts. I finish up my work for the day, my mind already racing with plans and ideas for the weekend ahead. As I gather my things and head out of the office, I can't help but feel a rush of excitement wash over me. Because no matter what the future holds, no matter what secrets may be lurking in the shadows, I know that I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. So I take a deep breath, square my shoulders, and step out into the world, ready to embrace whatever comes my way.
Chapter 15. Zeke. I walk into the dimly lit bar, scanning the room until I spot Andrew sitting at a table in the corner. He raises his hand in a casual wave, and I make my way over to him, weaving through the crowd of people. "Hey, man," I say, sliding into the seat across from him. "Thanks for meeting me." Andrew grins, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "No problem, Zeke. I'm always down for a drink and some bro talk. What's on your mind?" I take a deep breath, trying to gather my thoughts. "It's about Kayla," I start. "I'm bringing her back home with me for my grandmother's birthday." Andrew raises his eyebrows, his expression a mix of surprise and admiration. "Wow, that's a big step, man. You must really like this girl." I nod, feeling a sudden rush of anxiety wash over me. "I do, Drew. I really do, but I'm worried about bringing her back home, you know?" Andrew leans back in his chair, studying me closely. "Zeke, from what you've told me about Kayla, she sounds amazing. Smart, beautiful, kind. I don't see how anyone could not like her." I sigh, running a hand through my hair. I know. But it's not just that. What if bringing her home changes the way she sees me? Andrew shakes his head, a sympathetic look on his face. "Zeke, man, you can't live your life in fear of what might happen. You've got to take a chance. Put yourself out there. And from what I can tell, Kayla's worth taking a chance on." I nod slowly, considering his words. "You're right. I know you are, it's hard, you know? Letting someone in like that, being vulnerable, it's not something I'm used to." Andrew reaches out, clapping me on the shoulder. "I get it, man. But sometimes the things that scare us the most are the things that are worth fighting for. And from what I've seen, the way you talk about Kayla, it's clear that she means a lot to you." I feel a sudden rush of emotion wash over me, my throat tightening. She does. More than I ever thought possible. I don't want to screw this up. Andrew leans forward, his expression serious. "Listen, I've seen the way Kayla looks at you. The way she talks about you. That girl cares about you, deeply. Don't let your fears and doubts get in the way of something that could be really special." I nod, feeling a rush of gratitude wash over me for my friend's support and encouragement. As Andrew and I continue to talk, I feel a sudden urge to confess the truth that's been weighing on my mind. I take a deep breath, my fingers tightening around my glass. There's actually something else, Drew, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Something I haven't told anyone. Andrew leans forward, his brow furrowed with concern. What is it, man? You know you can tell me anything. I nod, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew Kayla before the accident that made her lose her memories. Andrew's eyes widen, his mouth falling open in surprise. What? How? When? I shake my head, trying to gather my thoughts. She was my brother's ex-girlfriend. It was a long time ago, back when we were both in high school. I was a few years ahead of them. We had a moment once, but then the accident happened, and she lost all her memories about it, of me, of us, of everything from that time. Andrew sits back in his chair, his expression one of shock and sympathy. Damn, that's heavy, man. I can't even imagine how that must have felt, losing someone you cared about like that. I nod, feeling a sudden rush of emotion wash over me. It was hard, really hard, but I never stopped caring about her, never stopped hoping that one day she might come back. Andrew frowns, his expression thoughtful, and now she's back. I shake my head, my heart sinking in my chest. Yes, and that's what scares me the most about taking her back home. What if being there, being around my family, and all those old memories? What if it triggers something in her? What if she remembers everything and hates me for not telling her sooner? Andrew leans forward, his expression serious. I get why you're worried, but you can't let that fear consume you. You've got to try to relax and enjoy your time with Kayla. Andrew pauses and takes a sip of his beer, his brow furrowed in thought. You know, Zeke, maybe you shouldn't tell Kayla about your past this weekend. It's a lot to take in, and you don't want to overwhelm her or ruin the trip. I lean back in my seat, considering his words. But isn't that just delaying the inevitable? She's going to find out eventually, Drew. Wouldn't it be better to tell her now, before we go back home? Andrew shakes his head, his expression serious. Think about it, man. Kayla's been through a lot. She's finally starting to heal, to move on with her life. If you drop this bombshell on her now, it could set her back. She might not be ready to handle it. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. I guess you're right. But what about my family? They're going to wonder why I'm suddenly bringing Kayla home with me. They know her history with Zach. They're going to have questions. I think Zach is going to be shocked the most. Andrew nods, his fingers tapping thoughtfully on the table. So warn them. Call them up. Tell them that Kayla's coming with you, but that she doesn't remember your shared past. Ask them to keep it quiet, at least for now. I chew on my bottom lip, the weight of the decision heavy on my shoulders. I don't know. It feels wrong, keeping this from her, like I'm lying to her all over again. Andrew reaches across the table, his hand clasping my forearm. Zeke, you're not lying to her. You're just protecting her. Giving her the space she needs to heal on her own terms. When the time is right, you'll tell her everything. But for now, just focus on being there for her, on making this trip as special as possible. I nod slowly, the tension in my shoulders easing slightly. You're right. I can't dump all of this on her now. It wouldn't be fair. Andrew grins, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Of course, I'm right. I'm always right. I roll my eyes, a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. Don't let it go to your head, buddy. We focus on our drinks, the conversation turning to lighter topics as the night wears on. I debate coming clean right then and there, telling Kayla everything and hoping that our love will be strong enough to weather the storm. But the thought of losing her, of seeing the hurt and betrayal in her eyes, it's too much to bear. Not when I've already lost her once, not when I've just gotten her back. So I keep silent, nursing my drink and trying to push away the doubts and fears that threaten to consume me. Andrew watches me closely, his expression one of concern and understanding. Zeke, man, I know it's not easy, but you've got to have faith. Faith in yourself. Faith in Kayla. Faith in the love you two share. I nod, taking another sip of my drink. I'm trying, Drew. I really am. It's a lot to handle, you know? Andrew smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I know, man, but I believe in you. Everything will work out fine. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude wash over me as I stare into the amber liquid, watching the ice cubes clink against the glass. But even as I try to relax, even as I try to let go of the worries and doubts that plague me, I can't shake the feeling that something big is about to happen. When I get back to my apartment, I look around the empty space, remembering that night with Kayla and all the time we've spent together lately. I get a persistent feeling in my gut, wishing I had just been honest with her from the beginning. How could I have thought that I could just go on falling in love with her without ever bringing up that, for at least for one night, we were something more? How could I go on being dishonest when I could have been the one to help piece together her missing memories?
Chapter 16. Kayla. The drive to Zeke's grandmother's house has been mostly silent. It isn't uncomfortable exactly, but there's an air of something I can't pinpoint. As we get into town, I'm struck with a sense that I've been here before. The feeling makes me uneasy, but I force it down and chalk it up to nervousness about meeting Zeke's family. But as we pull up to Zeke's grandparents' house, the feeling returns. I stare at the front, taking in the shutters and the picket fence, unsure of the feeling it's evoking. I squint at the large rustic house as Zeke cuts the engine. The way the porch light casts shadows over the wooden steps, the wind chime tinkling softly in the breeze. It's like a scene from a dream I can't quite place. Just give me a sec, okay? Zeke's voice is gentle, but there's an edge of nervousness as he glances at me before stepping out of the car. I'll be right back. Just need to let everyone know we're here. I nod, watching him hurry up the path and disappear inside. I take a deep breath, trying to shake off the eerie sense of déjà vu washing over me. My heart pounds a little harder, my palms sweat as I grip the car door handle, not ready to step out yet. Something about the old oak tree to the side of the house tugs at my memory. I'm sure I've seen it before. The way its branches stretch out like arms ready to embrace. I shake my head, trying to clear the fog of forgotten memories. Why does it feel like returning home instead of visiting? As I sit alone in the car, I can't shake the feeling that I've been here before. The scent of honeysuckle in the air, the crunch of gravel beneath the tires. It's all so familiar, but I can't quite place it. I'm lost in thought, trying to force my mind to reveal what this tugging sense of familiarity is when a figure walks past the car. It's a guy, tall and broad-shouldered, with sandy blonde hair that falls into his piercing blue eyes. He looks up, and our gazes meet. Those eyes. I know those eyes. But from where? A wave of discomfort washes over me, and I feel my chest tighten. There's something about him, something that stirs up a deep sense of sadness within me. It's like a wound that never quite healed, a memory that's been buried so deep I can't even access it. I try to look away, but I can't. He holds my gaze for a moment longer, and I see a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Does he know me too? Or am I just imagining things? Who is he? And why do I feel like I've lost something important, something I can't even remember having? But as I sit in the car, memories start to surface, blurry and fragmented. A summer spent lounging on that very porch, stolen kisses under the old oak tree, whispered promises in the dark of night, and then pain. So much pain. I shake my head, trying to clear the images from my mind. I can't do this. I can't face whatever ghosts are lurking in this place. With shaking hands, I reach for the car door, ready to make my escape. But before I can even touch the handle, I hear a voice that stops me in my tracks. Kayla? Is that you? The voice cuts through my thoughts as I step out of the car. I freeze, my heart skipping a beat at the sound of his voice. It's been years, but I'd know it anywhere. I turned slowly, taking in the sight of him walking up the driveway. "Excuse me? Do I know you?" He stops a few feet away, his blue eyes wide with surprise. "Do you know me?" "That's Rich." "What are you doing here?" he asks, narrowing his eyes. More blurry memories come flooding back. The long summer days spent lounging on this very porch, the stolen kisses under the old oak tree, the promises we made to each other. Did it happen, or my mind is playing tricks on me? "I came with Zeke," I say as the weight of confusion presses heavier in my mind. His brow furrows at the mention of his brother's name. "Zeke. What's he got to do with this?" I shift uncomfortably, not understanding why things feel so familiar and yet so foreign to me. "He invited me here for his grandmother's birthday." His eyes widen in shock. "He what? Why would he do that?" I shrug, feeling just as confused as he looks. "I don't know. We've been dating for a few months now, and he thought it would be nice for me to meet the family." He shakes his head in disbelief. I can't believe this. After everything that happened between us, he just invites you here like it's no big deal. I frown, trying to make sense of his words. Everything that happened between us? What are you talking about? He stares at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "You really don't remember, do you?" I shake my head, feeling a sense of unease wash over me. "Remember what?" He sighs, running a hand through his hair. "I'm Zach, Zeke's brother. We used to date Kayla. We were in love, or at least I thought we were." I feel like I've been punched in the gut. This guy and I, together? How is that possible? Why can't I remember any of it? I'm sorry, I stammer, feeling like the world is spinning out from under me. I don't know what to say. Zach's face darkens, his eyes flashing with anger. "Are you serious right now? You're really going to stand there and pretend like you don't remember anything about us?" His words are like a slap in the face, and I flinch involuntarily. I'm sorry. I really don't know what you're talking about." He lets out a harsh laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. Unbelievable. After everything we've been through, you just erase me from your memory like I never existed. And then you show up here with my brother, of all people. "Please," I whisper, my voice trembling as the overwhelming sense of confusion intensifies. "I don't want to do this. Not here. Not now." But he's not listening, his anger consuming him like wildfire. "You know what, Kayla? You're nothing but a low woman, a selfish, heartless woman who doesn't give a damn about anyone but herself." His words cut me to the core, and I feel tears streaming down my face. I want to run, to hide, to do anything to escape the pain and humiliation of this moment. But I'm frozen in place, unable to move or speak. "You think you can just ghost me like that?" Zach continues, his voice rising with each word. "Disappear without a trace and then show up years later with my brother? What kind of sick game are you playing?" I shake my head, my vision blurred by tears. "I'm not playing any games. I swear, I don't remember anything about our relationship. I don't know what happened between us or why it ended." He scoffs, his face twisted into a sneer. "Yeah, right. You expect me to believe that? You're a liar, Kayla. A manipulative, selfish liar who doesn't care about anyone but herself." I feel like I can't breathe, like the world is closing in on me from all sides. I want to defend myself, to make him understand that I'm not the monster he thinks I am. But the words won't come, my throat tight with fear and shame. "I can't do this," I choke out, turning away from him and stumbling towards the house. "I'm sorry, Zach. I'm so sorry."
Chapter 17. Zeke. Why the hell are you yelling at her? I shout, stepping out of the house and into the chilly air. The sight of Zach looming over Kayla in the driveway, his voice raised, sparks a fire inside me. Kayla's shoulders are hunched, her head bowed, and even from here, I can see the confusion and hurt etched across her face. It's a look I've seen too many times before, and it twists something deep in my gut. What's it to you, Zeke? Just back off, Zach snaps, not even turning to look at me. His fists are clenched at his sides, his body rigid with anger. I close the distance between us in a few quick strides, my own anger building. It's everything to me when you're out here making her feel like trash. What's wrong with you, man? Kayla looks up, her eyes meeting mine, and there's a silent plea in them. I've seen her bright and bubbly, but now she's shadowed and small, diminished by his words. It makes my blood boil. It reminds me of that night so many years ago when she was out in the cold. All I wanted to do then was hold her close and pummel my brother for hurting her. It's much the same feeling now. He's not about to put her through that pain again. Zeke, I'm okay, she stutters, attempting a weak smile that doesn't reach her eyes. No, Kayla, you're not okay. And you... I turn back to Zach. You need to leave. Now. Zach scoffs, his eyes flitting between Kayla and me, his anger reignited by my challenge. This isn't over, Zeke, he snarls, stepping closer instead of retreating to his car. Like hell it isn't. I shoot back, my voice low and steady. I stand my ground, making sure I'm a solid barrier between him and Kayla. You're not going to talk to her like that. Not now, not ever. Kayla's hand finds my arm, her grip tight. Zeke, don't, she murmurs, worry lacing her voice. But I can't back down, not when every instinct screams to protect her. Zach laughs, bitter and cold. You think you're her knight, Zeke? She doesn't need you. She needs to hear the truth. What she needs is respect, something you're clearly lacking, I retort, feeling my own temper rise. The air between us crackles, charged with old rivalry and new tensions. Zach steps forward, his face inches from mine. And what are you going to do about it? Before I can answer, Kayla steps out from behind me, her voice stronger now. Stop it, both of you, she exclaims. I said leave her alone. I roar, my fist connecting with Zach's jaw before I even realize what I'm doing. The satisfying crack of bone against bone echoes in the night air. Zach staggers back, his eyes wide with shock, but it only lasts a moment. With a snarl, he lunges at me, his own fist aimed at my face. I dodge, but his knuckles graze my cheekbone, sending a jolt of pain through my skull. We're a tangle of limbs, grappling and swinging, fueled by years of pent-up frustration and rivalry. Kayla's screams fade into the background as the blood pounds in my ears. All I can focus on is the need to make Zach pay for every hurtful word, every dismissive gesture. Stop it! Stop! Kayla's voice pierces through the haze of my anger, desperate and pleading. But I can't stop. Not now. Not when I finally have the chance to put Zach in his place. We stumble across the driveway, trading blows, each one more vicious than the last. I taste blood in my mouth, feel the sting of split skin on my knuckles. But I don't care. All that matters is making sure Zach never treats Kayla like that again. Zeke! Zach! Please! Kayla's cries are closer now, her hands pulling at my arm, trying to separate us. But Zach and I are locked in our own world, a lifetime of brotherly resentment pouring out at this moment. I land a solid punch to Zach's gut, sending him doubling over, but he recovers quickly, tackling me to the ground. We roll, gravel digging into my back, each trying to gain the upper hand. Kayla's still shouting, her voice hoarse with emotion. Please just stop. But we're too far gone, too consumed by our own anger and pride. It's only when Kayla physically wedges herself between us, her small frame shaking with sobs, that we finally break apart, chests heaving, glaring at each other over her head. Enough, she whispers, her voice breaking. Please, enough. What the hell is going on out here? An older man's voice cuts through the sudden silence, his usually calm demeanor replaced by concern and confusion. I look up, my vision slightly blurred by the sweat and blood dripping into my eyes, to see a small crowd gathering around us. My mother, her face pale with shock. My father, his expression grim and disapproving. Zeke? Zach, what's happening? My mother's voice is thin, strained with worry. I glance at Zach, who's wiping blood from his split lip, his eyes still blazing with anger. Kayla's still between us, her small frame trembling, her eyes darting back and forth like she's waiting for us to explode again. Nothing, Mom, I mutter, pushing myself to my feet, wincing as my bruised muscles protest. Just a little disagreement. Zach scoffs, spitting blood onto the driveway. Yeah, well, maybe if Zeke learned to mind his own business, we wouldn't have a problem. And maybe if you learned to treat Kayla with respect, I wouldn't have to get involved. I snap back, the anger rising in me again. Boys! My father's voice is sharp and commanding. Enough. This is neither the time nor the place. I look around, suddenly realizing the absurdity of the situation. Here we are, at our grandmother's birthday party, brawling in the driveway like a couple of teenagers. And Kayla... I started all this for her, but didn't even listen to her when she asked me to stop. Now she looks so shaken that it makes my heart drop into my stomach. Shame washes over me, cooling my temper. That's right, I say, my voice rough. I'm sorry, this shouldn't have happened. Zach just glares at me, his jaw clenched, before turning on his heel and stalking off towards the house. The crowd parts for him, a mixture of confusion and disapproval on their faces. Kayla's still standing there, her arms wrapped around herself, looking small and lost. I take a step towards her, wanting to apologize, to explain, but she flinches back, her eyes wide and wary. Kayla, I start, but she shakes her head, cutting me off. Not now, Zeke, she whispers, her voice thick with tears. I can't. I just can't. And with that, she turns and flees, disappearing into the house, leaving me standing there, bruised and bleeding, with the weight of everyone's stares heavy on my shoulders. What have I done? Kayla, wait! I call out, ignoring the pain in my ribs as I jog after her. She's already halfway to the house, her pace quickening with every step. I catch up to her just as she reaches the porch, gently grabbing her arm to stop her. She whirls around, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her lower lip trembling. Zeke, please, she whispers, her voice cracking. I can't deal with this right now. I know, I say softly, my heart clenching at the sight of her distress. I'm sorry, Kayla. I never meant for things to get so out of hand. She shakes her head, a single tear escaping down her cheek. It's not just the fight, Zeke. It's everything. Seeing you and Zach like that, it brought back memories. Memories I didn't know I had. I frown, concern etched across my face. What do you mean? She takes a shaky breath, her eyes unfocused, as if she's seeing something far away. The arguments, the way things used to be between Zach and me, it's all just... it's too much. My heart sinks, realizing the depth of the wounds I've unknowingly reopened. Kayla, I'm so sorry. I never wanted to bring up those old hurts. She gives me a fragile smile, patting my hand where it still rests on her arm. I know you didn't, but I think I need some time to process all of this. I nod, understanding even as a part of me wants to pull her close, to shield her from the pain. Of course, take all the time you need. She steps back, my hand falling away from her arm. I think I'm going to go inside, lay down for a bit. Do you want me to come with you? I ask, even though I already know the answer. She shakes her head. No, I need to be alone, but Thank you, Zeke, for always being there. I manage a small smile, trying to hide the ache in my chest. Always, Kayla. I'm here if you need me. She nods, turning towards the door. I watch as she disappears inside, the soft click of the latch echoing in the sudden stillness. I stand there for a moment, the weight of the afternoon's events heavy on my shoulders. How did things get so complicated? How did we get so lost? With a sigh, I turn back towards the driveway, knowing I have some explanations to give and some bridges to mend. But my heart remains with Kayla, hoping that somehow, someway, we'll find our way back to each other.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 18. Kayla. Can't believe those two actually came to blows over me, I murmured to myself, stepping into the cool, dimly lit hallway of Zeke's grandmother's house. The familiar scent of lavender and old books wraps around me like a comforting shawl, allowing a momentary escape from the chaos outside. I let my hand trail along the smooth, polished banister as I make my way to the upstairs bedroom, a small, cozy room I used to know well during my visits. The soft floral bedspread invites me to sit, and I sink down, the springs creaking gently under my weight. I draw my knees up, wrapping my arms around them and stare out the window at the fading light. The image of Zeke and Zach, fists flying, voices raised in anger, replays in my mind. It's surreal thinking about how protective they both are, yet so at odds with each other, and over me, of all people. Zach, with his sandy blonde hair and that temper that flares so easily, and Zeke, always the brooding figure lurking in the background. I used to think Zeke's intensity was just how he treated everyone, but lately, I've started to feel like it's focused, personal. I press a hand to my forehead, trying to summon clearer memories from a time before, the time with Zach, but it's like looking into a foggy mirror. I remember the shape of us, the laughter and the closeness, but the details are blurred, obscured by the bus accident that jumbled my past into disconnected snippets. My therapist said the memories might never come back fully, but I can't help digging for them, especially now. What was it like, being Zach's girl? Was I happy? Did I love him like he seemed to have loved me? The questions spin in my head, each one a little sting. It's strange, feeling disconnected from a version of myself that once existed. Maybe that's why I'm here, in this room, trying to piece together who Kayla Whitlock was before the world tipped on its axis. Kayla? Zeke's voice breaks through my thoughts, and I look up to see him standing in the doorway, his brow furrowed with concern. What are you doing up here? I shrug, trying to blink back the tears that threatened to spill. Just needed some space, I guess. He steps into the room, closing the door softly behind him. I'm sorry about what happened out there. Zach was way out of line. I nod, picking at a loose thread on the bedspread. I just don't understand why he's so angry. Why would he call me a low woman, Zeke? What did I do? Zeke sighs, running a hand through his dark hair. He looks conflicted, like he's not sure how much to say. It's complicated, Kayla. There's a lot of history there. I frown, frustration bubbling up inside me. But I don't remember that history, Zeke. I'm trying to piece together this puzzle, but I feel like everyone else has the picture on the box, and I'm just fumbling in the dark. He sits down beside me, the bed dipping under his weight. I know it's hard, but you can't force the memories to come back. And honestly, maybe it's better not to dwell on the past too much. I shoot him a look, not buying his attempt to brush it off. Easy for you to say. You're not the one with a gaping hole in your memory. Zeke holds up his hands in surrender. You're right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. We sit in silence for a moment. The muffled sounds of the party drifting up from downstairs. I hug my knees to my chest, feeling small and lost. I just want to understand, I whisper, more to myself than to Zeke. He reaches out, hesitating for a second before placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. I know you do, Kayla. But sometimes the past is better left where it is. What matters is who you are now, not who you were then. I lean into his touch, finding solace in the warmth of his presence. But who am I now, Zeke? I feel like I don't even know anymore. He squeezes my shoulder gently, his voice soft but firm. You're Kayla Whitlock, smart, strong, and stubborn as hell. And you'll figure this out, just like you always do. I have faith in you. I manage a small smile, feeling a flicker of hope ignite in my chest. Maybe Zeke's right. Maybe I don't need to have all the answers right now. Maybe I just need to trust myself and keep moving forward, one step at a time. Zeke, please, I plead, looking up at him with desperate eyes. If you know something about my past, something I've forgotten, you have to tell me. I can't keep stumbling around in the dark like this. Zeke hesitates, his dark eyes searching mine. He takes a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what he's about to say. Okay, look. We all grew up together, you know. You, me, and Zach. And you and Zach, well, you used to have a thing. I nod slowly. The pieces starting to fall into place. A relationship, you mean? Yeah, Zeke confirms, his voice gentle. It was pretty serious for a while there. But it didn't end well, Kayla. There was a lot of hurt on both sides. I bite my lip, trying to process this new information. It makes sense, given the way Zach reacted to seeing me with Zeke. The anger, the betrayal in his eyes, and the way he lashed out, calling me a low woman. I guess that explains why he's so pissed at me. I mutter, more to myself than to Zeke. Zeke shakes his head, his expression fierce. No, Kayla, don't do that. Don't justify his behavior. No matter what happened between you two in the past, he had no right to speak to you like that. I shrug, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over me. Maybe not, but I can't blame him for being angry. I mean, I don't even remember what I did, Zeke. For all I know, I could have really hurt him. Zeke takes my hand, his fingers lacing through mine. Listen to me, Kayla. You're not responsible for Zach's feelings or his actions. You're dealing with enough right now, trying to piece together your own memories. Don't take on his baggage, too. Wait a minute, I say, pulling back to look at Zeke, my eyes wide with sudden realization. How do you know so much about my past with Zach? About our relationship? Zeke looks caught off guard, his expression shifting from concern to something almost guilty. Kayla, You knew, I whisper, my voice trembling with hurt and betrayal. All this time, you knew about my history with Zach, and you didn't tell me. Even when we started dating, you kept it from me. Zeke reaches for my hand, but I pull away, feeling a storm of emotions swirling inside me. I wanted to tell you, Kayla, but I didn't know how. I thought maybe it was better if you didn't remember. I stand up, pacing the small room, my mind reeling. Better for who, Zeke? For me? Or for you? He stands too, his dark eyes pleading. For both of us, Kayla. I care about you so much, and I didn't want the past to come between us. I wanted you to see me for who I am now, not just as Zach's brother. I shake my head, tears stinging my eyes. But you lied to me, Zeke. By omission, maybe? But it's still a lie. How can I trust you now? Zeke takes a step towards me, his voice low and earnest. Kayla, please. I never meant to hurt you. I was just trying to protect you. Protect me? I scoff, anger rising in my chest. By keeping me in the dark? By letting me stumble around, trying to piece together my own life while everyone else knows the truth? Zeke runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident on his face. I know I messed up, Kayla. I should have told you sooner. But I was scared. Scared of losing you. Scared of you looking at me differently. I soften a little at the vulnerability in his voice, but the hurt is still raw and fresh. I don't know what to think, Zeke. I feel like I don't even know you anymore. He takes my hands in his touch gentle but firm. You do know me, Kayla. The real me. The me that's crazy about you, that wants to be there for you no matter what. Please, just give me a chance to make this right. I sigh, feeling torn between my hurt and my growing feelings for Zeke. I need some time, Zeke, to process all of this. I can't just pretend like everything's okay. He nods, his eyes sad but understanding. I get it, Kayla. Take all the time you need, but please don't shut me out. Let me be here for you, in whatever way you need. I manage a small nod, my heart heavy with conflicting emotions. As I turn to leave the room, I can feel Zeke's gaze on me, filled with a longing that mirrors my own. But for now, I need to focus on myself, on figuring out who I am and what I want, before I can even begin to untangle the complicated web of my past and present. Chapter 19. Kayla. The city, with its relentless energy and towering silhouettes, is a bit too much today. Each step I take feels heavy, as if I'm dragging the weight of 1,000 forgotten memories behind me. Even Marmalade is pulling things out of me, snippets of an apartment I can't place in a time I don't remember. They crash over me in waves. Fuzzy memories of Zach, the way he looked at me like I was the worst person in the world. And then there's Zeke. His betrayal stings fresh, a wound that refuses to heal. My phone buzzes in my purse, slicing through my thoughts. It's Zeke. I hesitate, thumb hovering over the screen. Part of me yearns to hear his voice, to let him make it all better like he used to. But things have changed. I answer, keeping my voice neutral. Zeke, I answer, unsure of what to say. Kayla, how are you? I've been thinking about you. His voice is soft, careful. It's been a lot to take in. I pause, watching a couple laugh on a nearby park bench. So carefree. I miss that. The memories, they're all coming back, and it's been overwhelming. I can imagine, he says quietly. I'm so sorry, Kayla. I should have told you everything from the start. His apology hangs between us, sincere yet insufficient. I sigh, leaning against the cool metal railing of the bridge I've stopped on, overlooking the river. The water reflects the city lights, distorted and beautiful. My mind is a tangle of memories, distorted just like the water. Laughing with Zeke over lunch, evenings spent in his arms. The way we seemed to be able to connect like it was the most natural thing in the world. Then how I felt, realizing it was because we'd met before. I think I need some space, I finally say, my voice stronger than I feel. Space to figure out who I am with these memories now, part of me. There's a pause, painful, laden. I understand, he says, though his voice breaks a bit. For how long? Yeah, I think it's best if we don't see each other for a while, just until I can sort myself out. My heart clenches at the words, at the finality they imply. Okay, Kayla, if that's what you need, I'll respect it. Just know I'm here whenever you're ready. His voice is a soft promise, one that I'm not sure I can hold on to right now. Thank you, Zeke. I appreciate it. I hang up before I can change my mind, before I can forget why I need this space. The city stretches out before me, lights twinkling like stars falling to earth. I wrap my arms around myself, the night air cool on my cheeks, and take the first step forward into this new, uncertain chapter of my life. I curl up on my couch, a blanket wrapped around me like armor, and Marmalade hops into my lap when my phone starts ringing. I glance at the screen and see Sophia's name. I hesitate for a moment, debating whether I have the energy to talk, but I know Sophia will worry if I don't answer. Hey, Soph, I say, my voice sounding tired even to my own ears. Kayla, honey, how are you doing? Sophia's voice is warm, concerned. I sigh, feeling tears prick my eyes. Not great, to be honest. I'm so sorry, Kayla. Do you want to talk about it? The dam breaks, and suddenly I'm pouring out the whole story, my words punctuated by sobs. I just can't believe Zeke kept this from me, Soph. I thought we had something real, something honest. But now I don't know what to think. Sophia listens patiently, letting me vent. I can't imagine how betrayed you must feel, Kayla. It's not fair that Zeke took away your choice, your right to know your own history. Exactly, I exclaim, feeling a rush of validation. We just talked the other day, and I said we should not talk and see each other temporarily. He's still trying to reach you? Sophia sounds indignant on my behalf. Yeah, he keeps leaving messages saying he misses me, that he wants to explain. Oh my God, Kayla. That's not okay. You asked for space, and he needs to respect that. I nod, even though she can't see me. I know. Part of me misses him, Soph. Misses the comfort, the familiarity. But I can't trust him, not after this. Of course you miss him, Kayla. That's normal. But you're doing the right thing, taking time for yourself. You need to process all of this, to figure out how you feel. I wipe at my tears, taking a shaky breath. You're right. I know you're right. It's just hard. I know, honey. But you're strong, and you're going to get through this. I'm here for you, every step of the way. I feel a surge of gratitude for Sophia, for her unwavering support. Thanks, Soph. I don't know what I'd do without you. That's what friends are for, Kayla. Always. We talk for a while longer, about everything and nothing. By the time we hang up, I feel a little lighter, a little less alone. I know I have a long road ahead of me, a lot of tangled emotions to unravel. But with friends like Sophia in my corner, I feel like maybe, just maybe, I can face whatever comes next. Back at my desk, staring blankly at the computer screen. The phone rings, jolting me out of my daze. Good morning, Green Tech Industries. How may I help you? As I transfer the call, my mind drifts again. Memories of Zach keep creeping in, unbidden. I remember the way he used to look at me like I was the only girl in the world, the way he'd pull me close when we danced. His laughter rumbling through his chest. I shake my head, trying to focus on the spreadsheet in front of me, but my thoughts keep turning to Zeke. Why had he hidden my past from me? Was he trying to protect me, like Sophia suggested? Or was there something more to it? Earth to Kayla. Sophia's voice snaps me out of my reverie. I look up to see her standing by my desk, an amused smirk on her face. Sorry, Sophia. I was just lost in thought, I guess. No kidding. You've been staring at that screen for like 10 minutes. Everything okay? I force a smile. Yeah, just personal stuff, you know? Sophia nods, her expression sympathetic. I get it. Well, if you need to talk, I'm here. Thanks, Sophia. I appreciate it. As she walks away, I try to refocus on my work, but my mind keeps wandering, memories and questions swirling around in an endless loop. I remember the day Zach surprised me with a picnic at the nearby park. The sun had been shining, and he laid a red gingham blanket to ready the sandwiches and snacks we would feast on. I felt so happy, so sure of our future. Is my mind playing tricks on me again? Are these memories creeping up happening, or are they just figments of my imagination? Had his intentions been pure in keeping my past from me, or had he had ulterior motives? I sigh, rubbing my temples. I feel like I don't know what to believe anymore. Like the ground has shifted beneath my feet, leaving me unsteady and unsure. As I go through the motions of my day, I can't shake the feeling that everything has changed, that I'm standing on the precipice of something, a truth I'm not sure I'm ready to face, but I know I can't hide from it forever. The day drags on, each minute feeling like an eternity. When the clock finally hits 5 o'clock, I practically bolt out of my chair. I decide to walk home today, hoping the fresh air will help clear my head. As I navigate the busy sidewalks, my phone starts ringing. I fish it out of my purse and see Mom on the caller ID. A pang of guilt hits me as I realize how long it's been since I've called my parents. Hey, Mom, I answer, trying to sound upbeat. Kayla, honey, it's so good to hear your voice. My mom's warm tone washes over me, instantly comforting. How are you doing? I hesitate, not wanting to worry her. I'm okay, Mom. Just been really busy with work. Are you sure, sweetie? You sound a little down. I sometimes forget how well my mom knows me. I sigh, dodging a group of tourists as I cross the street. It's just been a tough few weeks, Mom. A lot on my mind. Do you want to talk about it? Her concern is palpable, even through the phone. Not really. At least not yet. I'm still trying to sort it all out myself. Okay, honey. But you know your father and I are always here for you, right? No matter what. I feel tears prick at my eyes, touched by her unwavering support. I know, Mom. And I appreciate it. I really do. We just worry about you, Kayla. It's been a while since we've heard from you. The guilt intensifies. I'm sorry, Mom. I don't mean to make you worry. I promise I'm fine, just dealing with some personal stuff. As long as you're okay, sweetie, that's all that matters to us. I am, Mom. Or at least, I will be. I hope I sound more confident than I feel. Okay, honey. Just remember, you're stronger than you know. You'll get through this, whatever it is. Her faith in me is a balm to my battered heart. Thanks, Mom. I love you. I love you too, Kayla. So much. We say our goodbyes, and I slip my phone back into my purse. The sun is starting to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. I take a deep breath, letting the evening air fill my lungs. My mom's words echo in my head. You're stronger than you know, am I? I've never felt less sure of myself, less in control. But maybe that's part of the journey. Maybe uncertainty is the price of growth. As I turn onto my street, I feel a flicker of determination amidst the doubt. I may not have all the answers, but I'm not going to let my past or Zeke's deception define me. I'm going to face this head on no matter how hard it gets. Because my mom is right. I am strong, and I will get through this, one day at a time.
Chapter 20. Zeke. Can't keep doing this, Zeke, I muttered to myself, staring at the silent phone in my hand. The screen glows dimly in the dark room, showing the last message I sent Kayla. There's no reply, the empty space of her silence echoing back at me. I paced the length of my living room, each step a reminder of the distance she's put between us. I just wanted to protect her, I whisper into the emptiness. The words feel hollow, a poor excuse for keeping her past, her memories with Zach hidden away. Because if I'm being honest, it had nothing to do with protecting her. Rubbing my temples, I try to quell the rising frustration. The frustration of not being able to reach out and fix things, of not being able to explain why I did what I did. Each attempt to call or text her has gone unanswered, my apologies floating in the void of our broken communication. I pause by the window, the city lights a blurred smear against the night sky. Maybe she's better off without me, I consider, the thought a jagged pill to swallow. Yet part of me rebels against it, the part that's seen her smile, that's felt her happiness intertwine with my own. The part of me that still feels we're meant to be. I sink into the couch, the leather cold against my skin. I have to try again, I decide, the resolve stiffening my spine. Picking up the phone, I type out a message, then delete it. Nothing sounds right. Nothing can capture the regret, the hope, the fear. Finally, I type a simple line, something that feels like a truce offering. I'm here when you're ready to talk. I hit send, the finality of the action both terrifying and relieving. Leaning back, I close my eyes and picture her face, the way her eyes crinkle when she laughs, the way she looks when deep in thought. I'm sorry, Kayla, I whisper into the stillness, a prayer for forgiveness, for a chance to start anew. For now, that's all I can do. Wait, hope, and give her the space she needs. Zeke, you there? Andrew's voice crackles through the phone, jolting me out of my thoughts. Yeah, I'm here, I respond, sitting up straighter on the couch. What's up? Listen, you've been holed up in your apartment for weeks. It's time to get out and clear your head. Andrew's tone is gentle, but insistent. Meet me at the Rusty Nail. First round's on me. I hesitate, glancing at the phone still clutched in my hand. No new messages. I don't know, man. I'm not really in the mood. That's exactly why you need this, Andrew counters. You can't keep waiting around for Kayla to reply. Come on, just for a bit. It'll do you good. I sigh, knowing he's right. The walls of my apartment feel like they're closing in, and the silence is becoming deafening. All right, fine. I'll meet you there in 30. Great, see you soon. Andrew hangs up and I'm left staring at the phone, a mixture of emotions swirling in my gut. Slowly, I haul myself off the couch and head to the bedroom to change. I throw on a clean shirt and jeans, running a hand through my tousled hair in a half-hearted attempt to tame it. My reflection in the mirror looks tired, the strain of the past few months etched into the lines around my eyes. The cool evening air feels refreshing against my skin as I walk towards the Rusty Nail, the familiar neon sign a beacon in the night. As I push open the door, the sounds of clinking glasses and low chatter wash over me. I spot Andrew at our usual table, 2 beers already in front of him. He waves me over, a sympathetic smile on his face. Hey, man. He greets me as I slide into the booth. Glad you could make it. I nod, taking a long swig of the beer. The cold liquid is a welcome relief, and I feel some of the tension in my shoulders ease. So, what really happened with you and Kayla at your grandmother's birthday party? Andrew asks, his eyes filled with concern. I take a deep breath, my fingers fidgeting with the coaster beneath my glass. It was a mess, man. I thought going back to our hometown would be a good thing, but it just stirred up a whole lot of trouble. Andrew leans in, his elbows resting on the table. What kind of trouble? I sigh, running a hand through my hair. Kayla ran into my brother Zach. The thing is, she doesn't remember him at all. Not after the accident. Wait, seriously? Andrew's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Yeah, and that's not even the worst part. take a swig of my beer, the bitter taste lingering on my tongue. Zach called her a low woman right there in front of everyone. She was so confused and upset, man. She had no idea why he was saying those things. Andrew shakes his head, his expression sympathetic. That's rough. How did Kayla react? She was devastated, I admit, my chest tightening at the memory. She couldn't understand why someone she didn't even remember would say such awful things to her. And then I trail off, the words sticking in my throat. And then what? Andrew prompts gently. Zach and I got into it, like a full-on fist fight. I stare down at my hands, the knuckles still bruised and raw. I couldn't just stand there and let him talk to her like that, you know? Andrew nods, his eyes wide. I get it, man. You were trying to protect her. Yeah, but that's not how Kayla saw it. I feel the familiar ache in my chest, the one that hasn't left since that night. She felt betrayed, like I'd been keeping this huge part of her life from her. She couldn't understand why I never told her about Zach, about their history together. That's a tough situation, Zeke. Andrew sighs, leaning back in his seat. I can see why she'd be upset, but you were just trying to do what you thought was best for her. I know, but I should have been honest with her from the start. I shake my head, the guilt a heavy weight on my shoulders. I thought I was protecting her, but all I did was push her away. Don't give up on her, Zeke, Andrew says, his voice filled with conviction. Kayla's worth fighting for, and I know you've got it in you to make things right. I nod slowly, letting his words sink in. I want to, man. More than anything. But what if she never trusts me again? You've got to give her a reason to, Andrew counters, leaning forward. Show her that you're here for her, that you're willing to be honest and open, no matter how hard it is. I take a deep breath, the idea taking root in my mind. You're right. I need to prove to her that I'm not going to hide things from her anymore, that I'm in this for the long haul. But she won't answer any of my calls. It's not going to be easy, but nothing worth having ever is. You and Kayla, you've got something special. Don't let one mistake ruin that. I feel a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth, the first real one in what feels like forever. Thanks, man. I needed to hear that. Anytime, Zeke. That's what I'm here for. Andrew raises his glass, a toast to the future, to fighting for what matters. I clink my glass against his, the sound ringing out like a promise. To fighting for what matters, I repeat, the words a vow on my tongue. As we dive back into conversation, I feel a renewed sense of purpose flowing through me. The road ahead is still unclear, but I know that I can't give up on Kayla, on us. I'll do whatever it takes to regain her trust, to show her that I'm the man she deserves. By the time I leave, I'm only feeling slightly optimistic about my relationship with Kayla. I know I messed up, and I want to prove to her that I can fix it. I just don't know how. Home sweet home, I mutter to myself as I unlock the door to my apartment, the silence that greets me a stark contrast to the lively chatter of the bar. I toss my keys on the counter, the clatter echoing through the empty space. It's been a long night, and the weight of everything that's happened settles heavily on my shoulders. I make my way to the couch, sinking into the cushions with a sigh. How did it all go so wrong? I whisper. I think back to the early days of our relationship, the way Kayla made me feel like I could take on the world. She brought a light into my life that I never knew I was missing, and I knew from the start that I wanted to be with her forever. But things were over before they had a chance to begin. I spent 3 years pining after the girl of my dreams, never knowing where she disappeared to. Then when she finally showed up like some sort of miracle, she didn't even know me. I know I should have been honest, but I was scared of what that would mean. What if she'd remembered that she loved Zach? I would have never stood a chance. I should have been honest with her. I say to the empty room, the words bitter on my tongue. I should have trusted her enough to tell her the truth, no matter how hard it was. I know that I can't change the past, that I can't undo the mistakes I've made. But I also know that I can't give up on Kayla, on the love we shared. I have to find a way to make things right, to show her that I'm the man she can trust with her heart. I take a deep breath, pushing myself off the couch with a newfound sense of determination. I may have lost Kayla for now, but I'm not going to lose her forever. I'm going to prove to her that our love is stronger than any obstacle, any secret, any mistake. With that, I head to bed, my mind already racing with plans and possibilities. Tomorrow's a new day, and I'm ready to face it head on. Because when it comes to Kayla, there's nothing I won't do, no battle I won't fight, and that's a promise.
Chapter 21. Kayla. Why haven't you told me about this before, Zeke? My voice echoes in the empty room, a sharp reminder of the last words I threw at him before demanding space. It's been months since that conversation, since I last heard his voice. The anger and hurt that burned so fiercely are beginning to fade, replaced by a dull ache of longing and confusion. I sit on the edge of my bed, flipping through my phone's photo album. A photo of Zeke and me at a carnival, his arm draped protectively around my shoulders, makes me pause. I can almost hear the laughter, the buzz of the crowd, and the tinny music in the background. Is this the life that I want? A life with Zeke by my side? As I trace the outline of our smiling faces, I wonder about the memories that slipped through the cracks after the accident. The bus accident that jumbled my past into fragmented pieces I'm still trying to put back together. Memories of Zach that had been hidden, perhaps mercifully behind a thick fog. I sigh and close the album, setting my phone aside. The room feels too quiet and suffocating. I stand and walk over to the window, pushing it open to let in the cool evening breeze. The fresh air is a small relief. Marmalade jumps up on the edge, pushing against me like she can tell I need it. Maybe he was trying to protect me. I muse aloud, staring at the stars beginning to twinkle in the twilight sky. The thought doesn't excuse his actions, but it sparks a flicker of understanding. Zeke was always the protector, always there for me when Zach and I had our little fights and misunderstandings during high school. And how can I ignore all the moments we've shared together these past few months? All the late-night talks and laughter and tenderness. Can I really just throw those memories away? In my heart, I know they weren't a lie. I know what we shared was special and that Zeke really cares for me, maybe even still cares for me. I pull my phone from my pocket, the weight of it suddenly immense in my hand. I've avoided contacting Zeke, needing the distance to sort through the chaos of my thoughts. Now, as the initial wave of betrayal subsides, curiosity and a need for closure push me towards reconciliation. I can't believe I didn't see it sooner. I mumble to myself, staring at the ceiling as I lie on my bed. The realization that I'm in love with Zeke has been a gradual one, but now it's hitting me in full force. I close my eyes, letting my mind drift back to our recent memories together. The long walks on the beach, our toes sinking into the soft sand as we talked about everything and nothing. The late-night dinner dates at cozy restaurants, sharing stories and laughter over candlelight. Each moment is etched into my heart, a testament to the growing bond between us. It's funny, looking back on our high school days. I was so focused on Zach, so sure that he was the one for me. But now, with the benefit of hindsight, I can see that my feelings for Zeke were always there, simmering just beneath the surface. A hidden crush, buried beneath the distractions of teenage life. Over the past few months, as Zeke and I have rebuilt our friendship and created new memories, those long dormant feelings have blossomed into something deeper, more profound. His presence has become a constant in my life, a source of comfort and strength as I navigate the challenges of my recovery. I sit up, hugging my knees to my chest. The thought of telling Zeke how I feel is both thrilling and terrifying. What if he doesn't feel the same way? What if I ruin the friendship we've worked so hard to rebuild? But then I think of the way he looks at me, the warmth in his eyes when we're together, the way his hand lingers on mine just a little longer than necessary, the way he always seems to know just what to say to make me smile. Maybe, just maybe, he feels the same way. I reach for my phone, my heart pounding as I scroll through our text messages, the easy banter, the inside jokes, the late-night conversations that stretch into the early hours of the morning, his constant apology, and always wanting to wait for me to process all the things unknown to me still. It's all there, a testament to the depth of our connection. I have to tell him, I whisper to myself, my voice trembling slightly. I can't keep hiding from the truth. With that resolution in mind, I call Sophie. She's barely answered before the words are tumbling from my mouth. I want to give Zeke another chance. I blurt out, my heart racing as I confess my feelings to Sophia over the phone. If he'll still have me, I mean. There's a brief pause before Sophia responds, her voice warm and understanding. Kayla, I want you to be happy. That's all that matters to me. I let out a shaky breath, relieved to have my best friend's support. I know, Soph. It's complicated. After everything that's happened, I don't know if I can trust him again. Everyone makes mistakes, Sophia reminds me gently. It's up to you to decide if it's worth forgiving him. Only you can know what's in your heart. I nod, even though she can't see me. She's right, of course. I need to listen to my own instincts, my own feelings. And right now, those feelings are telling me that Zeke is worth fighting for. I think I love him, Sophia, I admit softly, the words feeling both terrifying and exhilarating to say out loud. I know it's crazy, after everything, but I can't help it. He's always been there for me, even when I didn't realize it. It's not crazy, Sophia assures me. The heart wants what it wants. And if your heart is telling you to give Zeke another chance, then that's what you should do. I feel a smile tugging at my lips, a sense of calm washing over me. You're right. I need to talk to him, tell him how I feel. I just don't know if I'm ready yet. I understand, Sophia says gently. But remember, no matter what happens, I'm here for you. Always. I know, I say softly, feeling a surge of gratitude for my best friend. Thank you, Soph, for everything. Anytime, babe, she replies warmly. I'm here if you need me. I smile, feeling a lighter. I know. The same goes for you. With a final goodbye, I hang up the phone, taking a deep breath to steady myself. Sophia's right. I can do this. I need to do this. Chapter 22. Kayla. Why did this day have to drag on forever? I mutter to myself as I shuffle out of the office building and onto the busy street, my energy almost as drained as my phone battery. The sidewalks are bustling with the evening rush, people eager to get wherever they're going, away from their daily grinds. I, on the other hand, drag my feet with each step towards the subway, the weight of exhaustion settling in. The train ride doesn't help much. It's crammed and stuffy, and by the time I climb the stairs to street level, my shoulders ache from being squeezed between commuters. All I want is to collapse on my couch and forget about spreadsheets and emails for a few hours. Finally, I reach my apartment building, my purse swinging heavily at my side. I start digging for my keys, fingers brushing past gum wrappers and old receipts. Where are they? I whisper frantically, my frustration growing with every passing second. Just as I spot the familiar jingle of my keychain, a voice breaks through my concentration. Long day? I look up and my heart skips a beat. Zeke is standing there, leaning against my doorframe, holding a bouquet of bright yellow tulips. My favorite. But why is he here now, after everything that's happened? Zeke, what are you doing here? My voice is a mix of surprise and a tinge of annoyance. I'm too tired for surprises. even the kind that comes with flowers. I needed to see you, he says, his voice earnest. I wanted to apologize properly. He takes a step forward, dropping to one knee, which only makes my heart race faster. Kayla, please give me another chance. I can explain everything, fix this. His throat works for a moment before he keeps going. You are everything to me, Kayla, and I can't stand the thought of you thinking I feel any less than that about you. Please, give me the chance to make it right. I freeze, the keys finally in my hand, but now forgotten. A wave of emotions washes over me, confusion and longing battling with lingering anger. Zeke's eyes are pleading, and I can see the sincerity in his gaze, but can I really just let go of the past? Zeke, I don't know. I stammer, my resolve wavering. This is a lot to take in right now. I know it's late, and I should have called, but He trails off, looking helpless with the tulip still in his hand. I sigh, the cold air filling my lungs and bringing a bit of clarity. I need some time, Zeke. Time to think about everything. Kayla, please. Zeke's voice is soft, almost breaking. I know I messed up, but I want to make things right. Just give me one more chance to show you how much you mean to me. I bite my lip, torn between the desire to walk away and the pull of his words. Zeke, I don't know if I can do this again. You hurt me and I'm not sure I can trust you. He takes a step closer, his eyes never leaving mine. I understand, and I'm so sorry for that. But please, let me prove to you that I've changed. One date, that's all I'm asking for. If you still feel betrayed after that, I'll respect your wishes and distance myself. I search his face, looking for any sign of deception, but all I see is raw honesty and a glimmer of hope. My heart softens, and I find myself nodding slowly. Okay, one date, but I'm not making any promises. Relief floods his features, and he breaks into a smile. Thank you, Kayla. You won't regret this. I'll make it perfect, I swear. I can't help but return his smile, even if it's tentative. I hope so, Zeke. I really do. He hands me the tulips, and our fingers brush, sending a jolt of electricity through me. I'll call you tomorrow to set everything up. Get some rest, okay? I nod, clutching the flowers to my chest. Yeah, I will. Good night, Zeke. Good night, Kayla. He hesitates for a moment, as if he wants to say more, but then turns and walks away, glancing back once with a smile. I watch him go, my heart fluttering with a mix of nerves and anticipation. As I unlock my apartment door, I can't help but wonder if I'm making the right decision. But deep down, I know I have to give Zeke this chance. I need closure, one way or another. I place the tulips in a vase, their bright petals a stark contrast to my moody thoughts. Marmalade is instantly there, inspecting them and looking at me curiously. It's almost like she is questioning my decisions, too. Don't get me started, I silently say to her. As I get ready for bed, my mind is already racing with possibilities for our date. Will it be the fresh start we need, or the final chapter in our story? Only time will tell, but for now, I'm willing to take the leap of faith.
Chapter 23. Zeke. I stand outside Kayla's apartment, my hand frozen inches from the door. The cool evening breeze does nothing to soothe the bundle of nerves inside me. Tonight is my chance to make things right, and the weight of it presses down on me like a physical force. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart, and finally knock on the door. It's a soft, hesitant sound, almost drowned out by the pounding in my ears. The door swings open, and there she is. Kayla stands in the doorway, her long brown hair cascading over her shoulders, a tentative smile playing on her lips. She's dressed simply, a floral dress that complements her petite frame, but to me, she's breathtaking. "Hey, Zeke," she says, her voice a mix of warmth and uncertainty. "Hey, Kayla," I reply, managing a smile. "You look amazing." "Thanks." She reaches for her purse. "You're not looking too bad yourself." A soft meow draws my attention, and I have to stop myself from chuckling. Marmalade is there weaving between her legs. How the hell does she have that cat still? But I don't ask her that. I only offer her my arm, wanting to focus on the right things tonight. Maybe another time I can tell her how she stole that cat from my brother, once she forgives me. As we walk to my car, I can feel her eyes on me, searching, trying to read the emotions I'm working so hard to mask. I open the passenger door for her, and as she gets in, our hands brush. A simple touch, but it sends a jolt through me. The drive to the restaurant is quiet, the silence a vast space filled with all the things we haven't yet said. I glance at her occasionally, watching the city lights dance in her eyes. The ride is silent, but not completely uncomfortable. There's a lingering awkwardness hanging between us, but I'm hoping I can fix that before the night is over. I steal glances at Kayla as I drive through the city streets. Her usually bubbly demeanor is quiet and muted. She keeps toying with her purse in her lap, and I figure she's probably as nervous as I am. After all, I'm the one who hurt her. We pull into the restaurant parking lot, and there's an obvious pause as I turn the car off. She quietly unbuckles her seatbelt as I quickly get out and move around the car to open her door. "Thank you," she says, giving me a small smile. "I can't believe it's been so long since we've been to Vincenzo's," I say as we walk into the cozy Italian restaurant. The warm lighting, the soft music, and the mouth-watering aroma of garlic and herbs immediately transport me back to our first date. It's always been our favorite spot, a hidden gem in the heart of downtown. Kayla smiles, her eyes sparkling with nostalgia. I know, right? It hasn't changed a bit. As the hostess leads us to our table, I take in the intimate atmosphere. The walls are adorned with vintage Italian posters, and the tables are draped with red and white checkered cloth. Soft candles flicker on each table, casting a romantic glow. We settle into our seats, and I can't help but admire how the candlelight dances across Kayla's features. She looks stunning, as always. "So, how's work been?" I ask, trying to ease into the conversation. Kayla shrugs, picking up the menu. "Oh, same old. Busy, but good. How about you? How's the business?" I lean back in my chair, feeling a sense of pride. "Actually, things have been great. We just signed a major client last week." "That's fantastic, Zeke. I'm so happy for you." Her genuine enthusiasm makes my heart swell. As we sip our wine and share our favorite appetizers, the conversation flows effortlessly. We reminisce about old times, laughing at inside jokes and sharing stories. It's like no time has passed at all. But as the main course arrives, I feel a shift in the air. Kayla grows quiet, pushing her pasta around on her plate. I know there's something on her mind. "Hey," I say softly, reaching across the table to take her hand. "Is everything okay?" She looks up at me, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "Zeke, it's hard to be so unsure about everything, and learn the one thing you thought you were sure about wasn't true." My heart clenches at her words. I know she's still hesitant, still afraid of getting hurt. But I also know that deep down, she feels the same way I do. "Kayla," I start, my voice low and earnest. "I understand your fears. I know I've made mistakes, but it was all true. It was real. I want you to know that I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere. I love you, and I'll do whatever it takes to prove that to you." She searches my face, looking for any sign of hesitation, but all she finds is sincerity and love. I love you too, Zeke," she whispers, almost as if she's afraid to admit it. "I think I always have." A smile spreads across my face, and I reach out to brush a strand of hair from her cheek. "Then let's take this one step at a time, together." She nods, a small smile playing on her lips. I'd like that. As we finish our meal, sharing a serving of tiramisu, I can feel the warmth growing between us. It's a familiar feeling, but somehow brand new at the same time. Hey, I say, an idea forming in my mind. Why don't we take a walk along the riverfront? It's a beautiful night. Kayla's eyes light up. That sounds perfect. We leave the restaurant hand in hand, strolling quietly along the water's edge. The cool night air is soothing, and the city lights reflect off the river's surface like a million stars. I pull Kayla closer, reveling in the feel of her beside me. I've missed this, I murmur. Just being with you, like this. She leans her head on my shoulder, sighing contentedly. Me too, Zeke. More than you know. As we walk along the riverfront, I feel a growing sense of unease. I know I need to be honest with Kayla, but I'm afraid of how she'll react. Kayla, I start, my voice hesitant. There's something I need to tell you. She looks up at me, her eyes filled with concern. What is it, Zeke? I take a deep breath, steeling myself. The truth is, I've been struggling with my feelings for you for a long time. Even back in high school when you were with Zach, I couldn't help but feel drawn to you. Her brow furrows, but she doesn't say anything, so I continue. I've been so uncertain about whether or not to tell you. I didn't want to influence your feelings or make you hate me, but I feel like this is our only chance, Kayla. Our chance to be honest with each other. For a moment, she's silent, processing my words. Then she pulls her hand away from mine, her expression hardening. Zeke, she says, her voice tight. It wasn't fair of you to manipulate me like that. To keep your feelings hidden and then spring them on me like this. I feel a sharp pang of guilt, knowing she's right. I know, Kayla. I'm sorry. I never meant to manipulate you. I was just so afraid of losing you. She shakes her head, looking out over the river. I don't know what to think right now, Zeke. This is a lot to process. I reach out, tentatively taking her hand again. I understand. But please, Kayla, give me one more chance. She looks at me, her eyes searching mine. For a moment, I think she's going to pull away again. But then she nods, almost imperceptibly. Okay, she says softly. One more chance. I let out a heavy breath, reveling in the relief flooding through me. Thank you, Kayla. You won't regret it. As we continue our walk, I know that I have a lot of work to do. I need to earn back Kayla's trust, to prove to her that my feelings are genuine. She's worth it, though. She will always be worth it. But for now, I'm just grateful for this moment. Grateful for the chance to be honest, to lay everything on the line. As the city lights twinkle above us, I feel a glimmer of hope. Hope that, with time and patience, Kayla and I can build something real and lasting. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 24. Kayla, The cool evening air is a pleasant contrast to the day's earlier heat as Zeke and I walk slowly through the quiet streets of the city. The stroll feels like a bridge between the ease of our dinner and the uncertainty of what comes next. I'm lost in my thoughts when Zeke's voice breaks the silence. "Would you like to come back to my place for a bit?" he asks, a hint of hesitancy in his voice. "It's not far from here." I glance at him, surprised by the flutter in my stomach. There's a part of me that's wary, knowing how complicated our history is, but another part feels drawn to him, curious about the man he has become. "Okay," I say, the word more a whisper than a decision. "Let's go." When we get back to his building, my heart starts to race, not from fear, but from a growing sense of familiarity that confuses me. Why does this feel like I'm walking into a memory I can't quite grasp? Zeke unlocks his apartment door, and as I step inside, something shifts in my mind. The layout, the scent, the ambiance, it's all too familiar, like a song I forgot I knew the lyrics to. "I'll just put on some coffee," Zeke says, heading to the kitchen, but I'm barely listening. My eyes are drawn to the living room, to a particular spot on the sofa that seems to echo with laughter and whispers. "Why?" My heart pounds as I move closer, the carpet soft under my feet. Suddenly, it hits me, an avalanche of memories pouring in with the force of a dam breaking. I see myself here, in this very room, laughing, talking, sharing my frustration with Zach. The night we first came together, the passion, the connection, it all floods back, leaving me breathless. "Kayla, are you all right?" Zeke's voice cuts through the torrent of my memories. I turn to face him, my eyes wide with the shock of what I've remembered. This is where I start, unable to finish. Zeke is next to me in an instant, concern etched on his face. "What is it? What did you remember?" "Our first night together," I whisper, the words sending another wave of memories crashing over me. "It was here, Zeke. How could I have forgotten?" Zeke's expression softens, and he reaches out, hesitating for just a moment before placing his hands on my shoulders. "You were hurt, Kayla. You came here when you and Zach had a big fight," he says gently. "But it's all coming back now," I say, looking around the room, each object, each piece of furniture triggering more flashes of memory. "We had a very passionate night." "We did," he agrees, his voice low. "Why didn't you tell me?" The question is out before I can stop it, a mix of accusation and curiosity. "I wanted to," Zeke admits, "but I was scared. Scared that you'd see me only for the lie I'd told, not for the truths we shared. I feel the anger and the hurt vying for space inside me, but beneath them, there's something else. A sense of connection to Zeke that has survived even the tangled web of lies and amnesia. I don't know what to feel," I confess, my voice trembling. "Just feel what's here now," Zeke suggests, his eyes locked on mine. "Start from here, Kayla." I nod, feeling the weight of my memories and the lightness of the possibility that lies ahead. "Okay, from here," I say. He smiles, a genuine, heartfelt smile, and leads me to the sofa. Let's rediscover everything. Together. As we sit down on the sofa, something on the coffee table catches my eye, a delicate bracelet that glimmers under the soft light of the room. My heart skips a beat. It's not just any bracelet. It's my bracelet, one that I haven't seen since before the accident. "Zeke?" I start, my voice trembling slightly as I point to the bracelet. "Why do you have this? This is mine." Zeke follows my gaze to the bracelet and then looks back at me with a mixture of guilt and sorrow in his eyes. He reaches over, picks it up, and holds it out to me. "I've kept it because it's part of a night we shared, a night that meant a lot to both of us," he says softly. I take the bracelet from him, the cool metal sending a shiver through me. Tell me, I insist, needing to understand the gaps in my memory. He sighs, running a hand through his hair before turning to face me. You were heartbroken, Kayla, he begins, his voice gentle but filled with emotion. Zach had hurt you deeply, and you came here looking for a friend. I tried to comfort you. I wrap my fingers around the bracelet, the memories starting to stir in the back of my mind. And then, I prompt, needing him to continue. And then, we talked for hours, Zeke continues, his eyes locked on mine. You were so vulnerable, so hurt. As the night went on, we got closer, and I realized I wanted to be more than just your friend. I thought you felt the same way. I remember now. The uncontrollable anger of Zach, the comfort of Zeke's presence, and how natural it felt to lean on him. I did feel it, I admit, the pieces of that night slowly coming together in my mind. But I was a mess, Zeke. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? I was afraid, he confesses. After your accident, when you didn't remember, I thought maybe it was better to keep this part of our past hidden. I thought I was protecting you from more pain. I look at the bracelet in my hand, then back at Zeke. His face is full of regret and hope, a mirror of my own confusion and emerging clarity. You should have trusted me to make that choice, I say, my voice stronger now. Zeke nods, his expression remorseful. I know, and I'm sorry. I love you, Kayla. I've loved you for a long time, and that night was the only time I felt you might love me too. The honesty in his words strikes a chord in me. I slide the bracelet onto my wrist, feeling its weight as a symbol of the past and a bridge to the future. I'm starting to remember more, Zeke, I tell him, meeting his gaze. He reaches for my hand, holding it gently between his. I'll be here, Kayla. No more secrets, I promise. Let's figure this out together. As I look into his eyes, I feel a mixture of emotions, anger, sadness, but also a flicker of hope. Here, in the place where we cross the line from friends to something more, I decide to face the past, reclaim my memories, and explore what might be possible between us. Let's do that, I say, squeezing his hand. Let's discover the truth of our story together. As the weight of Zeke's confession hangs in the air between us, I feel a rush of emotions. The anger and confusion are still there, but they're gradually being overshadowed by a growing sense of connection, of understanding. I look into his eyes, seeing the depth of his feelings, and I realize that my own heart is echoing his sentiment. I lean in, my hand still in his, and I press my lips gently against his. The kiss is tender, a soft exploration of the love that's been hidden beneath the surface for so long. As we part, I whisper, I love you too, Zeke. His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and joy. You do? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. I nod, a smile tugging at my lips. I think I always have in a way, but everything got so complicated with Zach. And then the accident? Zeke squeezes my hand. I know. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, Kayla. I was just so afraid of losing you completely. I understand, I say, and I mean it. But from now on, we face everything together, okay? No more secrets, no more hiding. He nods, his expression serious. I promise. It's you and me, Kayla, no matter what. I lean in again, resting my forehead against his. So, where do we go from here? I ask, feeling a flutter of excitement and nervousness. Zeke smiles, his free hand coming up to caress my cheek. We take it one day at a time. We rediscover each other, and we build something new, something stronger. I like the sound of that, I say, returning his smile.
Chapter 25. Zeke, Kayla's confession of love washes over me, cleansing me of the past. I tighten my grip on her, pull her closer, and kiss her passionately. The sound she makes in her throat is enough to drive me wild. She responds by wrapping her arms around my neck, her fingers tangled in my hair. I break the kiss, gasping for air, but before I can catch my breath, she pulls me back in for another one. Our tongues meet, dancing and twirling, igniting a fire within me that I've never felt before. Her eyes flutter shut as her lips part, inviting me further.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
In that moment, I know that the connection between us is not just a passing flame, but a deep and abiding love. We lay there, our hearts beating in unison, our bodies still entwined, as we bask in the afterglow of our passionate night together. As our hearts slow down, I trace the outline of her body with my fingers, feeling the rise and fall of her chest as she catches her breath. She turns to face me, our eyes locking once more, and I can see the same love and desire reflected in her gaze. "That was incredible," she whispers, her fingers gently tracing the lines of my face. I smile, feeling my heart swell with love and gratitude. "I've never felt anything like that before," I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. Kayla nods, a small smile playing on her lips. "Neither have I."
Chapter 26. Kayla. I sit at a small round table at the corner of the cafe, the steam from my coffee cup blurring my vision for a moment as I watch the door. My parents are due any minute, and my stomach is in knots. I've been dreading this conversation, unsure how they'll react when they find out I've been seeing Zeke. The bell above the door rings, and I look up to see Mom and Dad walking in. Mom's eyes light up when she sees me, and Dad gives me one of his reassuring smiles. They join me at the table, and we exchange the usual pleasantries, but I can barely focus on the words. "So, how have you been, honey?" Mom asks, her gaze keen and searching. I stir my coffee, buying myself a few seconds. "I've been okay." I start, then take a deep breath. "Actually, there's something I need to talk to you both about." Dad raises his eyebrows, his expression shifting to one of concern. "What's on your mind, Kayla?" I pause, my heart racing. "I need to tell you guys something. It's about someone I've been seeing," I say, and immediately I see the change in their expressions. Mom leans in, her voice gentle but cautious. "Who is it, Kayla?" I meet her gaze, then glance at Dad before saying, "It's Zeke Holloway." The silence that follows feels heavy, loaded. I watch as my parents exchange a look, one that says they remember Zeke's wild reputation all too well. "Zeke?" Dad finally says, his tone a mix of surprise and skepticism. "The same Zeke Holloway from your high school? The one who—" "Yes, that Zeke," I interrupt, not wanting to hear the list of his past misdeeds. "But he's changed, Dad. He's not the person everyone remembers from back then." Mom's expression softens slightly, but I can tell she's still worried. "Kayla, we know people change, but Zeke's history is quite colorful. Are you sure about this?" I nod, feeling a surge of defensiveness for Zeke. I know all about his past, but I've seen the person he is now. He's been there for me, especially after... after he found out about the accident. He's been nothing but supportive and kind. Dad's frown deepens. Kayla, we just want to make sure you're not rushing into anything. You've been through so much with your recovery, and we don't want to see you hurt. I reach for my coffee, my fingers trembling slightly. I understand your concerns, I do, but being with Zeke feels right. He understands me in ways that I can't explain. He's been my rock. Mom reaches across the table, her hand covering mine. We trust your judgment, Kayla. We just want to meet him, talk to him. See the changes for ourselves. I smile, relieved at her words. Of course I'd like that. I want you to see how he is with me, how much he cares. Dad nods, though he's clearly still processing the news. Tell Zeke to meet with us for dinner tomorrow. We'll reserve our final judgments until then. It's only fair. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Thank you, both of you. It means a lot to me that you're willing to give him a chance. As we continue talking, the initial tension eases, replaced by a familiar comfort. I know there are still hurdles ahead, but having my parents' support feels like a step in the right direction. I leave the cafe feeling hopeful, ready to face whatever comes next, with Zeke by my side. So, I told my parents about us, I say into the phone later that night, my heart still racing from the conversation at the cafe. How did it go? Zeke asks, his voice a mix of concern and curiosity. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. Better than I expected, actually. They were surprised, of course, and a bit worried given your reputation before. But they trust my judgment and want to meet you. There's a pause on the other end of the line. Meet me? Like, for dinner or something? Exactly. My dad suggested dinner tomorrow night. They want to see for themselves how you've changed and how you are with me. I bite my lip, waiting for his response. Zeke clears his throat. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I'd like for them to see that I'm not the same guy I was back in high school. I want them to see how much I care about you, Kayla. I smile, feeling a warmth spread through my chest at his words. I know, Zeke, and I appreciate you being willing to do this. I know it's not easy, facing the past like this. Hey, if it means being with you, I'll do whatever it takes, he says. And I can hear the sincerity in his voice. Just tell me when and where, and I'll be there. Thank you, Zeke. Truly. It means the world to me that you're in this with me, no matter what. I feel a lump forming in my throat, overwhelmed by the depth of my feelings for him. Always, Kayla, you know that. His voice is soft, reassuring. We'll get through this together, just like we have with everything else. I nod, even though he can't see me. I know we will. I love you, Zeke. I love you too, Kayla, more than you know. We say our goodbyes, and I hang up the phone, feeling a mix of relief and anticipation. The road ahead may be challenging, but with Zeke by my side, I know we can face anything. Tomorrow's dinner will be the first step in showing my parents the man Zeke has become, the man I've fallen in love with. And no matter what happens, I know our bond will only grow stronger. As I enter the restaurant with my parents, I scan the room and spot Zeke already seated at a table. He looks up and our eyes meet. I can see the nervous energy in his gaze, but there's also a glimmer of confidence, a determination to make this evening go well. We make our way over to the table, and Zeke stands to greet us. He shakes hands with my dad, offers a warm smile to my mom, and then pulls out my chair for me. It's a small gesture, but I can tell it doesn't go unnoticed by my parents. As we settle in and look over the menus, my dad clears his throat. So, Zeke, what have you been up to since high school? Kayla mentioned you're quite successful now. Zeke nods, a hint of pride in his expression. Yes, sir. After college, I started my own business. It's been a lot of hard work, but I'm proud of what I've built. I've learned a lot about responsibility and dedication along the way. Mom raises an eyebrow, and I can tell she's impressed, even if she doesn't say it outright. That's quite an accomplishment for someone so young. It takes a lot of maturity to run a business. Zeke smiles humbly. Thank you, Mrs. Whitlock. It hasn't been easy, but I've had a lot of support and guidance along the way. And Kayla, well, she's been my biggest inspiration. Seeing her overcome so much has pushed me to be better, to strive for more. I feel my cheeks heating at his words. Under the table, Zeke reaches for my hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. I glance at my parents, trying to gauge their reactions. Dad's expression is still guarded, but Mom seems to be softening, seeing the sincerity in Zeke's words and actions. It warms my heart to see the man I love getting along with my family, for my parents to start to see what a wonderful man Zeke is. As the evening progresses, Zeke is the picture of attentiveness. He asks my parents about their lives, listens intently to their stories, and shares his own experiences with a newfound openness. He's charming without being overbearing, respectful without being stiff. And through it all, he never misses an opportunity to show his affection for me, whether it's a gentle touch on my arm or a loving glance across the table. By the time we finish our meals, the atmosphere has shifted. The initial tension has melted away, replaced by a warmth and ease that feels almost familial. As we stand to leave, I catch a glimpse of my dad pulling Zeke aside. I strain to hear their conversation, my heart pounding in my chest. "Zeke," my dad says, his voice low but not unkind. "I can see how much you care for Kayla, and I can see the changes you've made in your life. You have my blessing, but know that I'll be watching. My daughter's happiness is everything to me." Zeke nods solemnly. "I understand, sir. I promise I will do everything in my power to make Kayla happy, to be the man she deserves. Your trust in me means the world." They shake hands, a newfound respect passing between them. I turn to my mom, tears welling in my eyes. She pulls me into a hug, whispering in my ear, "He's a good man, Kayla. I can see that now. I'm so happy for you both." I cling to her, overwhelmed with gratitude and relief. This dinner, this evening, has been a turning point. A chance for Zeke to show my parents the man he's become, the man I love. And as we leave the restaurant, hand in hand, I know that whatever the future holds, we'll face it together, with the love and support of those closest to us.
Chapter 27. Zeke, it's been a few weeks since we met with your parents, I say, looking over at Kayla as we sit on the couch, her head resting on my shoulder. "Yeah, it went really well," she replies, a soft smile on her face. "They're really happy for us." I nod, but my mind is elsewhere. "I've been thinking, Kayla. Maybe it's time I catch up with my mom and Zach. You know, have a proper sit-down and talk about everything." She lifts her head and looks at me, her eyes searching mine. "I think that's a great idea, Zeke. It's time you and Zach reconcile, and it would be good for your mom to see how much we've grown." I sigh, feeling the weight of the decision. "Yeah, I just want them to know how serious we are about each other." Kayla's smile widens, and she leans in to kiss me softly. "Then let's do it. I'll be there with you every step of the way." When the day finally comes, I take a deep breath as Kayla and I pull up to the restaurant where we're meeting my mom and Zach. My heart races with a mix of excitement and nerves. It's been too long since I've seen them both, especially Zach. Our relationship has been strained, to say the least. Kayla reaches over and squeezes my hand, offering a reassuring smile. "It's going to be okay, Zeke. I'm right here with you." I nod, trying to absorb her strength. "I know. It's just, after what happened at Grandma's birthday party, I'm not sure how Zach's going to react." "We'll handle it together," she says softly. Let's focus on the positive. Your mom's going to be thrilled to see us. We head inside and I spot my mom immediately. She rushes over, enveloping me in a warm hug. Zeke! Oh, it's so good to see you! Hey, Mom. I grin, hugging her tightly. I've missed you. She turns to Kayla, her face lighting up. And Kayla, my dear, you look absolutely radiant. She pulls her into an embrace as well. Thank you, Mrs. Holloway, Kayla beams. It's wonderful to see you again. As we settle at the table, I notice Zach hanging back, his expression guarded. Hey, Zach, I greet him, trying to keep my tone light. Everything in me wants to put as much distance between him and Kayla as possible, to even get physical if need be. But that's not what Kayla wants, and I'm done making decisions on her behalf. We're a team, and for her, I can be the bigger person. Zeke. He nods, shaking my hand briefly before sitting down. The tension is palpable, but Mom seems oblivious, chatting away excitedly. So, tell me everything. How have you two been? I glance at Kayla, taking her hand in mine. Actually, Mom, there's something we wanted to talk to you about. Kayla and we're getting serious. Really serious. Mom's eyes widen, a delighted smile spreading across her face. Oh my goodness, that's wonderful news! Kayla squeezing my hand. We've been through a lot together, and we've grown so much. I can't imagine my life without Zeke. Mom reaches across the table, patting Kayla's other hand. I always knew you two had something special. Kayla, you've always been like a daughter to me. I couldn't be happier. I turn to Zach, trying to gauge his reaction. He's been unusually quiet, his jaw clenched. What do you think, Zach? He meets my gaze, his expression unreadable. If you're happy, then I'm happy for you, he says flatly. I can sense Kayla's discomfort beside me. The memory of their last encounter hangs heavily in the air. I know we'll need to address it eventually, but for now, I just want to focus on the positive. Thanks, Zach, I say sincerely. That means a lot. As lunch progresses, Mom engages Kayla in lively conversation, clearly falling in love with her all over again. I can't help but smile, seeing two of the most important women in my life bonding. Zach remains mostly silent, only offering brief comments here and there. Despite the lingering tension with Zach, I feel a weight lifted off my shoulders. Being open and honest about my relationship with Kayla feels right. I know there's still a long way to go in mending things with my brother, but for now, I'm just grateful for this moment of acceptance and love. As we sit in the middle of our lunch, the conversation flows more easily. The initial tension has begun to dissipate, replaced by a sense of cautious optimism. I glance at Zach, who seems to be listening intently to Kayla as she shares a funny story from work. I clear my throat, deciding it's time to address the lingering issues between us. Zach, I want to apologize for how things have turned out between us. I know we've had our differences, but I hope we can start rebuilding our relationship. You're my brother, and that means the world to me. Zach sets down his fork, his expression thoughtful. I appreciate you saying that, Zeke. I know I haven't been the easiest to deal with, especially when it comes to you and Kayla. He takes a deep breath before continuing. But I understand now. I'm willing to make an effort to try and rebuild our brotherly bond. It's going to take time, but I'm committed to making it work. Mom's eyes shine with unshed tears, her hand reaching across the table to rest on top of Zach's. My boys, you have no idea how happy it makes me to hear you say that. I've always wanted nothing more than for you two to be close again. She turns to Kayla, a warm smile on her face. And Kayla, I want to thank you for being a part of this, for helping to make this happen. I know it couldn't have been easy, given everything that's happened. Kayla returns her smile, her hand finding mine under the table and giving it a gentle squeeze. It's all in the past now, Mrs. Holloway. What matters is that we're all here, together, focusing on building a better relationship for the future. As I listen to Kayla's words, I feel a surge of love and admiration for her. Her grace, her compassion, and her unwavering support never cease to amaze me. I lean over, pressing a soft kiss to her temple. "I love you," I murmur, my voice low enough for only her to hear. She leans into me, her head resting on my shoulder for a brief moment. "I love you too, Zeke. Always." As the lunch progresses, I find myself getting lost in the moment. Kayla's laughter rings out, mixing with my mother's delighted chuckles as they share stories and bond over their shared love of gardening. I sit back, a contented smile on my face as I watch two of the most important women in my life connect on a deeper level. Mom regales Kayla with embarrassing childhood stories of Zach and me, much to my chagrin and Kayla's amusement. And then, Mom giggles, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. Zeke decided it would be a good idea to give Zach's G.I. Joe a haircut, except he used a permanent marker instead of scissors. Kayla throws her head back, laughing heartily. "Oh my gosh, I can just picture it! Poor Zach! He must have been so mad!" Zach grins, shaking his head at the memory. "I was furious. But looking back, it was pretty funny. Zeke always did have a creative streak." I feel a warmth spreading through my chest as I listen to them reminisce. It's been so long since we've all been together like this, sharing stories and laughter. I catch Kayla's eye and she smiles at me, her eyes sparkling with joy. At that moment, I realize just how much I love her and how much I want to build a future with her by my side. As the lunch winds down and we start saying our goodbyes, Mom pulls Kayla into a tight hug. "Thank you for being here, Kayla. You've brought so much light into Zeke's life and into our family. I'm so grateful for you." Kayla hugs her back, visibly moved by her words. "Thank you, Mrs. Holloway. That means the world to me. I'm so happy to be a part of this family."
Chapter 28. Kayla. "Zach, can we talk for a minute?" I ask as we step out of the restaurant. The lunch was tense but polite enough. Zeke and their mom linger behind, chatting about the dessert menu. Zach looks at me, a bit surprised, but he nods. "Yeah, sure. Let's go over there." He points to a bench near the entrance. We walk over and sit down, the warm afternoon sun making everything seem a bit too bright. I fiddle with the hem of my shirt, trying to find the right words. My heart is racing, and I can feel my palms getting sweaty. I know this conversation is long overdue, but that doesn't make it any easier. "I've been thinking a lot," I start, my voice trembling slightly, "about everything that happened between us, about how things ended and how much pain we both went through." Zach's face tightens, and I can see the hurt and anger that still lingers in his eyes, but he stays silent, waiting for me to continue. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "I understand why you reacted the way you did," I say, looking down at my hands. "I know it wasn't easy for you, dealing with my accident and everything that followed. I was so caught up in my own pain that I didn't see yours. I didn't realize how much I was hurting you by pushing you away." Zach's expression softens and he takes a step closer. "Kayla, No, let me finish," I interrupt, holding up a hand. "I need to say this. I just want us to put the past behind us. I don't want to keep dragging this baggage around. We were kids, and we both made mistakes, but I think we've both grown a lot since then. And I want us to have a chance to start over." He nods slowly, his eyes locking onto mine. "I've missed you, Kayla. More than I can say. When you left, it felt like a part of me was missing. I know I didn't handle it well, but I never stopped caring about you. I've missed you too, I admit, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. I've missed our friendship and the way we used to be able to talk about anything. I know things can't go back to the way they were, but I'd like to try to be friends again. Can we do that?" Zach takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. "Kayla, I owe you an apology, a big one." He looks directly into my eyes, his gaze steady and sincere. I was angry and hurt when you left, and I let that cloud my judgment. I thought you had ditched me for Zeke, and I couldn't handle it. But I was wrong. So wrong. I should have trusted you and been there for you no matter what. I feel tears pricking at the corners of my eyes, but I blink them back. Zach, it's okay. We were both going through a lot. I know I didn't make it easy for you. He shakes his head. No, it's not okay. I should have never treated you like that. No matter what I thought was happening, you didn't deserve it. You were going through hell, and instead of being there for you, I made it worse. I'll never forgive myself for that. I reach out and squeeze his hand, feeling the warmth of his skin against mine. Thank you for saying that. It means a lot. More than you know. We sit there for a moment, letting the words sink in. It feels like a weight has been lifted, like we can finally start to heal and move forward. Zach smiles, a genuine smile that reaches his eyes. I can see now how happy you are with Zeke. He's a good guy, and he clearly loves you. I was too stubborn to see it before, but I get it now. I feel a rush of affection for Zach, for the boy he was and the man he's becoming. That means the world to me, Zach. Truly. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment, the weight of the past finally lifting. It feels like a new beginning, a chance to start fresh. So, friends? I ask, holding out my hand with a grin. Zach takes it and shakes it firmly, his own grin matching mine. Friends? I really mean it, Kayla, Zach says earnestly, his eyes holding mine. Seeing you and Zeke together, it's clear how much you two love each other. I was too caught up in my own hurt to see it before, but I get it now. I want you to be happy, and if Zeke makes you happy, then I'm genuinely glad for you both. I feel a lump forming in my throat, touched by Zach's words. Zach, you have no idea how much it means to hear you say that. I've carried this guilt and pain for so long, and I'm just so ready to let it go. Zach nods, his expression understanding. I know the feeling. We've both been holding on to this for too long. It's time we let it go and start fresh. I want us to be friends again, Kayla. Real friends like we used to be. A smile spreads across my face, and I feel a weight lifting off my shoulders. I want that too, Zach. More than anything. Let's promise to always be honest with each other from now on, okay? No more hiding our feelings or letting misunderstandings come between us. I promise, Zach says solemnly, holding out his hand. I take it, giving it a firm shake. Me too. We stand there for a moment, grinning at each other like idiots. And then I can't help myself. I pull Zach into a hug, wrapping my arms around his waist and squeezing tight. He hugs me back, and for a moment, it feels like no time has passed at all. Like we're still those two kids who used to share everything with each other. How's Marmalade? He asks, and I jerk back, looking at the grin on his face. How do you? He chuckles, taking a step back. I'll let Zeke tell you that one. As we pull apart, I catch sight of Zeke through the restaurant window. He's watching us. A slight furrow in his brow, but when he sees me looking, he gives me a small smile. I smile back, feeling a rush of love and gratitude for this amazing man who's been by my side through everything. I know he's probably wondering what's going on, but I also know he trusts me completely. Ready to head back in? Zach asks, nodding towards the door. Yeah, let's do it, I reply, feeling lighter than I have in years. We walk back into the restaurant together, and as we approach the table, Zeke stands up to greet us. Everything okay? He asks softly, his hand finding mine and giving it a gentle squeeze. I nod, leaning in to press a quick kiss to his cheek. Everything's great. Zeke's face breaks into a wide smile, and he pulls me into a hug. Over Zeke's shoulder, I catch Zach's eye, and we share a small smile. It feels like the start of something new, something hopeful. As we all sit back down at the table, I feel a sense of peace wash over me. The past is finally where it belongs, and I'm ready to embrace the future with open arms.
Chapter 29. Zeke. Kayla and I see my mom and brother off. The air around us seems to be more balanced, as if the elephant in the room has finally been addressed and told to leave. We walk from the restaurant hand in hand back to my car, where I press her against her side and pull her into a deep kiss. She gives me a breathless smile as I pull away, thinking about how lucky I am to have been given this second chance with her. After she disappeared, I thought that was it. "So everything went well with Zach?" I ask, watching her face light up with a relieved smile. "Yeah, it really did," she beams. "Zach and I had a good talk. We're going to try being friends again, and honestly, it feels like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders." I can't help but smile at her happiness. "I'm glad to hear that, Kayla. You've been carrying that tension for too long." She nods, and then wraps her arms around me, resting her head against my chest. "Thank you for being so understanding and giving me the space to sort this out. It means everything to me." I kiss the top of her head, holding her close. "I'll always be here for you, you know that, right?" She looks up at me, her eyes sparkling. "I do. And I love you so much for it, Zeke." There's a moment of comfortable silence before I take a deep breath, deciding it's now or never. "Kayla, there's something I've been wanting to ask you." She tilts her head, curiosity lighting up her features. "What's on your mind?" I take her hands in mine, feeling a slight tremor of nervousness. "We've been through a lot together, and I can't imagine my life without you in it. So I was thinking, how would you feel about moving in with me? With Marmalade too, of course. I want us to start our life together, officially." Her eyes widen in surprise, then a radiant smile spreads across her face. "Really? You mean that?" I've never been more serious about anything, I assure her. "I love you, Kayla, and I want us to build our future together. What do you say?" Kayla doesn't hesitate. She jumps up, wrapping her legs around my waist as I catch her instinctively. Yes, I'd love to move in with you, Zeke." I laugh, the sound bubbling up from deep within me as I spin her around in a little circle. "Then it's settled. We're starting a new chapter together." Together. After everything we've been through, it feels so good to say, together as a couple. I couldn't even begin to describe how much joy the thought fills me with. As we settle back down, she looks at me with earnest eyes. "I feel like everything's falling into place, Zeke. I'm so excited to see where this journey takes us." "Me too, babe," I reply, leaning in to kiss her softly. "Me too." I set Kayla down gently, my heart racing with pure, unadulterated joy. With my relationship with Zach finally on the mend, and Kayla's parents giving us their wholehearted approval, it feels like all the missing pieces of my life have fallen perfectly into place. I can't contain my excitement any longer and twirl Kayla around again, giddy at the thought of coming home to her bright smile and warm embrace every single day. The drive back to my apartment is light, as we both sit blissfully with the growing seriousness of our relationship. The love we're building truly knows no bounds. As we pull into my place, I turn to her with a smile and get out to open her door for her. When she steps out, I hold her hand in mine and kiss her fingers, loving the feel of her delicate skin against my lips. "You've made me the happiest man in the entire universe. You know that?" I tell her, my voice filled with raw emotion. Kayla giggles, her eyes sparkling with a happiness that matches my own. "And you've made me the happiest woman, Zeke. I can't wait to wake up next to you every morning and start each new day of this incredible chapter together." I pull her close, cupping her face tenderly in my hands. "I promise you, Kayla, I'm going to spend every day making sure you never regret this decision. I'm going to love you, cherish you, and support you through every high and every low. She leans into my touch, her smile softening into something more intimate, more trusting. I know you will, Zeke. I trust you with my heart, completely and unconditionally. Unable to resist the magnetic pull any longer, I capture her lips in a deep, passionate kiss. It's a kiss that holds the promise of our future, of all the love, laughter, and adventures we're going to share. It's a kiss that seals our commitment, our determination to build a life together. As we reluctantly break apart, I rest my forehead against hers, savoring the closeness, the intimacy of the moment. Her breath mingles with mine, a soft whisper of contentment. I trace the delicate curve of her cheek with my thumb, marveling at the silky smoothness of her skin. I guess we better start packing, huh? I murmur, a hint of playfulness in my voice. Kayla laughs, a melodic sound that fills the room and my heart with warmth. She nods, her nose brushing against mine in an affectionate Eskimo kiss. Yeah, I suppose we should. There's so much to do, so much to plan. Her eyes sparkle with excitement, but there's a flicker of something else too, a desire to prolong this perfect, uninterrupted moment of bliss. But, she continues, her voice softening, let's just stay here a little longer, in this perfect moment. I want to etch this feeling into my memory forever. I smile, understanding her completely. This moment, this feeling of pure, unadulterated love and joy is something I want to hold on to forever, too. I want to engrave it into my very soul, to carry it with me always as a reminder of how incredibly lucky I am to have Kayla in my life. Anything for you, babe, I murmur, tightening my arms around her, holding her even closer. We have all the time in the world. And it's true. With Kayla, time seems to stretch out before us, an endless expanse of possibilities and adventures. Every moment spent with her is a gift, a treasure to be cherished and savored. We walk to the door arm in arm, swaying gently to the rhythm of our synchronized heartbeats, lost in the comfort of each other's embrace. As the door closes behind us, the world outside fades away, and all that exists is this perfect bubble of love and understanding. I breathe in the sweet scent of her shampoo, a fragrance that has become synonymous with home, with comfort, with everything good in my life. I could stay like this forever, I whisper, my lips brushing against her temple. Kayla sighs contentedly, nuzzling even closer. Me too, Zeke. Just you and me, together. Always. We stay like that for a while longer, wrapped up in each other's arms, basking in the warmth of our love. I know there will be challenges ahead. There always are. But with Kayla by my side, I feel invincible, like I can take on the world and come out victorious. This is the start of something beautiful, something extraordinary. I can't wait to see where this journey leads us. As the golden afternoon light filters through the windows, casting a soft glow over us, I silently vow to make every day an adventure, to fill our life together with love and laughter. With Kayla's hand in mine, I know we can weather any storm and emerge stronger, more in love than ever. I love you, Kayla, I whisper into her hair. More than anything. I love you too, Zeke, she replies softly. Forever and always. And in that moment, I know with absolute certainty that I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. Home, in Kayla's arms, ready to start the rest of our lives together. Overwhelmed by the depth of my emotions, I tilt Kayla's chin up gently, gazing into her eyes. Those beautiful, soulful eyes have captured my heart so completely. I see my own love and devotion reflected back at me, and it takes my breath away. Slowly, tenderly, I lower my lips to hers, pouring every ounce of my love into the kiss. Kayla responds with equal fervor, her hands sliding up my chest to wrap around my neck, pulling me closer. The kiss deepens, becomes more urgent, more passionate, as we lose ourselves in the heat of the moment. My hands roam the curves of her body, mapping out the contours I know so well. It will never tire of exploring. Kayla arches into my touch, a soft moan escaping her lips, sending a shiver down my spine. We kiss like it's the first time, like it's the last time, like it's the only thing that matters in the world. And in a way, it is. This kiss is a promise, a seal of our commitment, a physical manifestation of the unbreakable bond we share. When we finally part, breathless, I rest my forehead against hers once more, a smile playing on my kiss-swollen lips. "Wow," Kayla whispers, her voice husky with emotion. "If that's a preview of what living together is going to be like, I can't wait to get started." I chuckle, stealing another quick kiss. "Oh, babe, you have no idea. This is just the beginning." And with that, we step into our new life together, ready to face whatever challenges and joys await us, secure in the knowledge that our love can overcome anything.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me, and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. I'm right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 30. Kayla. We get back to Zeke's apartment. Well, I guess it's our apartment now since he's asked me to move in with him. The first thing I do is rip my shirt over my head and toss it on the living room floor. His eyes widen and a knowing grin flickers across his face. He takes a step closer, his hands reaching for me as he murmurs, "You drive me crazy, you know that?" I throw my head back laughing, the sound echoing off the walls of my new home. "That's the plan," I tease, pulling him in for a kiss. He steps closer, his fingers tracing the curve of my waist, sending shivers down my spine. I reach up, tangling my hands in his tousled hair as our lips meet in a fervent kiss. The air crackles with anticipation, our bodies moving in perfect synchrony as we make our way to the bedroom. "Tell me what you want," he growls low in my ear. He unbuttons my jeans and slides them down my legs before pushing me back onto the bed and running his hand between my thighs. I moan at the sensation. Zeke smirks as he teases small whimpers out of me, rubbing tiny circles against me with his hand, making me arch against him as he slides a finger inside me. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Slowly he pulls back, rolling off of me, and we both collapse onto our sides, his arm draped over me. He pulls me closer, our bodies once again fused together, our hearts beating in perfect harmony. "I love you, Kayla." He murmurs against my ear. The warmth of his breath gives me goosebumps. I love you, Zeke, I reply, snuggling back against him. His arms tighten around me, pulling me close, and I know that here in his arms is where I was always meant to be.